show starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
The following content contains adult language and humor that is not suitable for viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome, one and all, to this Sunday edition of Pacific414 Pop Talk, coming to you live on the Pacific414 X feed, Pacific414 YouTube channel, and the Pacific414 Rumble channel, along with my co-host Baron Orman Tagge. I am your host, Mike. Unfortunately, Cash is not with us today, as he had a bout. He had a bout that I've experienced before, Baron's experienced before, and he was in the emergency room until 3 o'clock this morning, Pacific time. And that bout that he was having, well, he was dealing with kidney stones. And Baron, you're either muted.
I muted before the show and doesn't unmute there. But I heard he actually got teasered because he was being mouthy to a cop. But that's what's going through the Twitterverse right now. It's like you might want to put a community note on there.
Well, you used to always see him on Patrol Live.
Mm-hmm, yep. But they don't go there no more. That's the thing.
Nah.
He ruined it. He ruined it for him.
But yeah, Cash, trust me, I can emphasize what you're going through. That pain with kidney stones is a pain in the backside.
Mm-hmm.
But that's why you gotta start drinking more water. Come on, man.
Yeah, be a fish. Well, you know him. How can he drink water? I mean, especially when he, I don't know. I'm trying to find some of this, but I can't find the. Oh, there. Well, especially when he does stuff like this. We all know he drinks.
It's not a liquid. It's a great many pieces of solid matter that form a hard floor-like surface.
I mean, that's what's really happened to him.
Yeah. But seriously, Cash, just drink plenty of water.
Take cranberry juice.
Actually, here's the thing. My doctor told me not to drink cranberry juice.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was told too, but okay. Get that pipe full,
Yeah. But my doctor said no on the cranberry juice. It's like,
Huh.
okay, here I was told drink the cranberry juice, and now you're telling me not to drink the cranberry juice.
Come on. Trust the science. Nope. When the
Nope.
science doesn't agree, trust the science.
Yeah, it's like because when I experienced my bout with kidney stones twice, I saw 3 different doctors
Mm-hmm.
about it. Went to 3 different doctors, and one of them told me drink cranberry juice. The other one said don't drink cranberry juice, drink more water, and another said if you've ever heard, the rumor going around saying that if you drink beer that'll help. He says no, that won't do it.
Worked for me. Worked for me. 24/7, I was drinking beer. You know why it worked?
Forlorn
I didn't.
suffering.
Yeah. Well, not only that, I didn't care about it.
Yeah.
And I'm a jolly drunk. No, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. See, and that's just it. When they say trust the science, and the science, it's like no, science is a changing thing. There's only about one thing you can really count on is mathematics, and they want to try to change that. But
Mhm.
1 and 1 will always be 2. The language of the universe is mathematics. That's why they send out signals that are mathematical formulas, because they figure that is a common unifier. So if aliens get that, they hope that the aliens can go 1 is 2 and not 5. you know, we got the hillbilly ones coming up this way. The hillbilly aliens, they can't do it right there. Hey, Ma, what's 1 and 1?
But Cash, just take it easy, man, and don't worry, you'll be back to it in a couple of days. Because really, when I had my first bout, I was out of work for a couple of days, doctor's
Mm-hmm.
orders, of course.
Yep.
But then I was back at work.
You know what really helps, Cash? Have your brother do some kidney shots at you, and that'll help get that thing out. And please don't crack the porcelain when you find it comes out. He's like, pew, ding.
It's like a gunshot in the movie. Pew!
They got me in the eye.
Yes, and Cash, go see a urologist.
Yeah. Yeah, see that piss doctor. Okay, let's get the rotor Rudy here and get up there and let's see what's going on there. We got a camera at the end. Urethra, I think I found it.
No, I'm sure he had to go get a CAT scan and get X-rays. That's what I had to go through when I experienced them. And
we're here, yeah. At least the second time when it happened.
Yeah. But enough about Cash and his kidney stones. I'm sure everybody is wondering what are you two talking about today? Well,
we can turn
today
a show about that. I think that's what we're changing topics. Cash and his kidney stones. It's going to be 3 hours of us. No. Cash is just sitting there at home going,
no, they're ignorant. That's ignorant.
Now he's really going, you goobers.
Yeah. Well, I still have my Discord up, so I'm going to see him cussing at me. I know it.
Yeah, but today, for any Stealth is Optional members over on the YouTube channel, there is a link in the community page for anyone who wishes to join us and talk about the topics that we are going to discuss on today's program. And one of those topics we will discuss today is, of course, the Nintendo Switch 2 being announced. We'll find out what details are available at this time, and I'm sure as the months go down the line, we'll find out a lot more information. We're also going to take a look at an article from that Park Place, and it talks about DragonAge Veilguard director Corinne Bush is gone from BioWare. And we'll find out some of the details that article has for us as far as why she's gone. I mean,
Is
I'm
that the,
sure I'm sure there's a pretty obvious reason.
is that the he who became a she that put herself into the game?
I can't keep track of all of them anymore.
I can't either. I mean, because you know that one character was self-insertion.
Yeah.
Whoa, phrasing.
And we will also talk about the passing of director David Lynch at the age of 78. We will take a look at the weekend box office and see how the newest releases have performed this weekend. We will also talk about the passing of the late, great Hall of Fame broadcaster Bob Uecker. Some of you may be familiar with him from the Major League movies or even Mr. Belvedere.
Mm-hmm.
And then we will talk about our main topic for today's show, and that is the Trump card. The Trump card of John Voight, Mel Gibson, and Sylvester Stallone as special ambassadors to revive Hollywood.
Yo.
Well,
President Trump! Yo!
well, Mad Max going out there in the wasteland that is Hollywood.
That whistle. Hey, you want a hit movie? Talk to me. One of the great lines in that movie was, "You want that? You talk to me." Sitting there. Oh, hey, you know what? My microphone went limp just a second here. Mhm. I don't want a limp microphone. There we go.
You were breaking up there a little bit, at least on my end.
Yeah.
It may have been fine.
Well, that's because I moved my microphone because it came out of the little thing, so it was done.
Mm-hmm.
So that was me kind of going.
I wasn't sure if it was. I wasn't sure if it's Evie Mugs or some other issue.
I'm the issue. You know that. I'm always the issue.
Yes, Baron Orman Tagge, the problem child.
Mm-hmm. I'm behaving so far.
I know you are. And I know you'll behave as we get into our first article here too.
Calmer than you.
Calmer than you are. Calmer than you are.
Oh, the crowd likes that one.
So we have this article from Niche Gamer. It's by Brandon Little. It was posted on the 16th. And it says Nintendo Switch 2 announced. Come on, Mike. What is your problem this morning?
Me.
I'm on many things. Didn't really get much sleep last night.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I slept like a baby. Tossing, turning, and crying. Back to you, Mike.
Yeah, and I'm sure the lone sufferer was listening to the baby monitor going, "Shut up!"
Mm-hmm. You know it.
But here we go with this first article from Niche Gamer, and it says Nintendo has finally announced the Nintendo Switch 2 following months of speculation, alleged leaks, and other drama. Drama on the internet? The hell you say?
That never. Hey.
That never happens.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
The hell you say?
While Nintendo is largely known for shaking up the console market with their creative ideas, motion controls, screen controls, etc., for the first time in a while, Nintendo is releasing a direct upgrade to their last console. Yeah, you mean the Nintendo Switch is going to see a plastic surgeon and it's going to have a nip and tuck and
Maybe a vasectomy. I don't know.
maybe it's going to take some steroids.
Yo, it's gonna look like the Rock. So this is gonna be the Nintendo Rock. Okay, I see. Well, allegedly, YouTube, allegedly. It's satire.
Satire, it's jokes, it's funny, haha.
Probably wasn't that funny, but still.
Well, still, it's humor.
Mm. I mean, honestly, YouTube, we didn't mean it.
It says some may consider this lack of inventiveness a bad thing, but Nintendo clearly has the wisdom to stick with what works. Well, remember, when we got our first upgrade from the NES, we got the Super NES.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they weren't going out on a limb for a creative name for the new console. They just called it the Super Nintendo
Mm-hmm.
Entertainment System.
Well, you had the Atari 2600, the Atari 5200. Then you had the Atari 76 or whatever.
7800.
78, I thought so, yeah. Mm-hmm. God, I wanted one of those.
I did too.
Mm-hmm.
But then I got an NES. I wasn't expecting it.
You were the one that killed Atari. Thanks, Mike.
I wasn't alone in that fact.
Yeah. E.T. Phone home. Fuck you, Atari.
The new console features a bigger display, bigger Joy-Cons for more comfortable gaming, and a kickstand, which I understand is a big deal for some people.
Ooh. It's just sounding like just cosmetics. It's like, yeah, it's like the salesman who's selling the car to a woman. Go and look at this mirror. You can use that to put your makeup on. It's a cosmetic mirror.
Yeah, this console's got a kickstand. I could go further, but it's a Sunday, and I'm not going to go further.
Yeah, no, I've been holding back. It's just, hey, it's got a kickstand. Great. How much more? Extra $50.
You know, at the rate things go up anymore, it's like, hey, yeah, guess what? It's got a bigger screen. Yeah, well, how much is that going to set me back?
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's like buying an Apple product. Oh, here's your iPad. How you turn it on? Well, you see, that's interesting. That's an extra feature that will cost you another $75.
Yeah, an extra $75 just to turn it on, but you need an extra $100 just to turn it off.
Mm-hmm. And don't ask about the charging port.
Charging port? That's going to cost you $1,000.
Yeah.
It says the first hands-on chances to play the Switch 2 will be held worldwide via Nintendo Switch 2 experience events. I'll go ahead and include this link for anyone who might be curious. And who knows? Maybe you live in an area that they'll be coming to.
And you can get that kickstand.
I'm just here to check out the kickstand on the Switch 2. That's all I want to see.
You know, what's not there is right there. Cash can go running out there on April 11th and get him. But here I am on the outskirts of the Twin Towns. And there you are in Mayberry. And I mean, honestly, this I think this is discriminatory. This is discriminatory.
Well, of course, you know, they look at us, Baron, and they go, no. We're not going to give it to them.
We're in the middle of nowhere. We need this more than those guys do. And, you know, and then they got Toronto, so they only got one up in Canada. Where's Tijuana? They should have one sale in Tijuana. Get that in the Donkey Show. There we go. Hey, that's it. The new Donkey Show game. You can get that exclusively down in Tijuana. There we
go. I don't know that that's the game that anyone would want to bring home. Just saying.
Well, you know, there's enough sick people that go down and watch it. I think there's enough sick people that wouldn't want to buy it. I mean, we stop about talking about Beargate 3, if that was the case. Mm-hmm. We'd have new material for once. I like Phil McCracken.
And it does say here, perhaps what's most important is what the Nintendo Switch 2 will feature backwards compatibility with the original Switch. That is a good thing. I mean, how many times have we seen throughout the lifespan of any console and any company making consoles where their next console isn't backwards compatible with the previous console.
Yeah, excuse me. I think that is extremely important to have because there's going to be a lot of games that will not be, what would you say, ported over or upgraded for the new system. So, but people want to play them. So now they got to have two switches. Well,
Mm-hmm.
I do that when they're going to go out buy that one, and yeah, say that you did have the older game for the other one, but now you got the upgraded game. You know, gamers, they're going to go and buy that new one because they want the added looks, the graphics, whatever it
Mm-hmm.
is. So it's the smartest thing to do. You only keep people happy doing that, and you keep your product viable. More people excited for that because you got your library. It's like having a VHS because that particular VHS is never going to go to DVD or Blu-ray, or you have the DVD because it's not going to go to Blu-ray. It's just as simple as that.
Yeah, and, some people might be saying, well, why are you going to spend money on a Nintendo Switch 2 when you can put that money toward a PC?
Mm-hmm.
For some people, they want to play the latest Mario Brothers game, or
Mm-hmm.
Mario Kart, or Metroid.
Mm-hmm. And of course, you got that you can take it and go feature. So
Mm-hmm.
it's like 2-in-1.
Yeah. And it does say that there's going to be a Nintendo Direct on April 2nd. We will talk about it on that Wednesday's Pop Talk because that
Mm-hmm.
Nintendo Direct usually streams early in the morning, but I won't be around. Darren won't be around. Cash won't be around until the evening. So we will talk
Mm-hmm.
about it, after the fact, of course, that Wednesday night. So don't
Mm-hmm.
worry. This isn't the last you're going to hear about the Nintendo Switch here on Pop Talk. And, if you're excited about this next generation console, let us know. I know there are some people who are excited about a new Nintendo console to see what this particular version of the Switch, this upgrade, will feature compared to its predecessor.
I am extremely neutral. I mean, and that's not a bad thing. It's just like this isn't my thing, but I know there's a lot of people who are excited. I hope it turns out to be a good thing. I really do. This is like the nervous time. It's like, okay, what did they screw up?
Mm-hmm.
They're telling us all the good stuff, but what did they take away? What is something I like that's no longer available on? All that stuff because it seems to always happen. Always happen. I hope
Yeah.
that's not the case here.
Yeah, and and also one big thing that you got to wonder about is what's it going to cost.
Yeah, that's the big thing. But on the good news, the original Nintendo Switch is going to probably drop by who knows how much. It's just like when the new Apple phones come out, last year's model instantaneously drop at least $100.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it happens all across the board. A new graphics card comes out, the previous one
Mm-hmm.
up in price. Same with
Mm-hmm.
processors.
Mm-hmm.
So again, it's going to be interesting what Nintendo has to say come that April 2nd Direct. Again, we will talk about it that Wednesday night here on Pop Talk. So
Yeah, it might become a Rumble exclusive. Depends on the cussing and the swearing. Just
well,
kidding. Just kidding.
we might cuss and swear, especially at the price, and then look at our wallet and see moths flying out of our wallet. Going, yep,
No,
that
you
ain't
got that
happening.
wrong. You got that wrong. You and Cash will be looking at your wallet and seeing the moths flying out. Like I said, this isn't my thing, so I'll just laugh at
I know, but I don't even know at this point because we don't have a lot of details of what the console's
No.
capable of. I don't know at this
Mhm.
point if I would even put down the money for a Switch.
Right.
Too.
I mean, that's going to be the important thing. I mean, I know things are going to change economically here, and I think it's going to change fast, but still, some of the effects are still going to take a while, and this might not necessarily be the highest on the list to get, if you know what I mean, because of other
Yeah.
things. But but the thing is they shouldn't. go crazy with their pricing because they love doing that. It's like, oh, we know we got them, so here, let's bump it up to this price here.
Yeah, I mean, right now, last I looked, it was $350 for the OLED screen Nintendo
hmm
Switch,
hmm
and with this upgrade, I would I would speculate. This is just
hmm
speculation. This is just a
hmm
guess.
hmm
I'm not saying this is going to be the price, but I would say it would be around possibly 450, maybe five hundred
hmm
dollars for this new upgrade.
Yeah, and that the other one might drop to about $50 less or whatever. Next time warn me before we go back live with our images because I was just picking my nose. I got my finger out my nose just in time. But no, but yeah, I mean, exactly. It's like how much is going to be, and that's a chunk of change. That is really
Hmm.
a chunk of change, and I can't. I can't. For me, I can't justify. I love my computer. I mean, there we go. Boom. And I'm a computer guy. Always have been. And yeah, I mean, I played some consoles and all that. Got some consoles, but no, is this? It's like I just know WASD so well. I can
Yeah,
at least. Yeah.
because like you just said, you're a PC guy. You're a PC
hmm
gamer.
Right. I mean, all the way back to Apple IIe, even Apple II Plus, if you want to count the times that I went to the lab at school and played the games, which we weren't supposed to do, but we did anyway. Screw you guys. But yeah, I mean, since the Apple II, play on the Apple II, the joystick or the keyboard or whatever. Yeah, I mean, that's just been my life. I'm just used to having one or two buttons, not
Hmm.
how many other buttons there are and how you hide those things on those controllers. My word.
Yeah, and Kitty Bear, there are some people that just prefer playing on a smaller screen. Believe it or not, they're not like everyone else out there who wants to play it on a PC on a bigger screen.
Well,
Everybody has
plus
their own preference.
plus the fact that you can play on the bigger screen, but that nice screen is when you're out and about. So, I mean, really, honestly, in many ways, that's the best of both worlds console. Yeah,
Yeah,
when I'm home, I'm playing on the TV, but when I'm out and about, I got a great image.
yeah, because I mean, think about this. The Switch in particular, I know there's a screen on the Wii U. I
Mm-hmm.
know that. But with the
We.
Switch in particular, it's pretty much the successor to the Game Boy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can say that. Yeah, I'm not going to argue with you on that one.
Yes, you have to make sure that your screen is charged, and if you do
Mm-hmm.
take it with you somewhere, that there's Wi-Fi available that you can get onto. But
Mm-hmm.
still, the fact that you can take it with you anywhere you go.
Do they have any of these that you can hook up to your data plan or your phone plan? Now that would be interesting. Instead of having like a watch or whatever or the iPad, you have that.
I, as far as I know, Nintendo hasn't done anything like that, because the thing with Nintendo is they're pretty much letting you know that they want all their IPs to be on console.
Mm-hmm.
They're not like Microsoft or say Sony now,
Mm-hmm.
where Sony is releasing some of their games on the PC.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And well, and about that, Kitty, on that one is if they didn't have that, then they'd be using their phones. I mean, unfortunately, that's the way of the world now. I agree. I think it's stupid that people hide behind that stuff all the time.
Hmm.
But it's great for trips. I mean, if someone's on a long trip and you're going through Nevada, what's to see? Tumbleweeds, cactuses, a lot of sand, and a roadrunner being chased by a coyote. I mean,
Well, that's why as kids, when we did go on road trips, my parents did buy a Connect Four travel game for my sister and I,
mm-hmm,
and also the Sorry travel game
mm-hmm. Well,
to keep us occupied.
mm-hmm.
Or
I,
remember Slugbug? You see a
yeah,
bug, boom.
Yeah, but the thing is I was an only child, so I really couldn't do that because if I did that, the car might swerve off the road and we'd all die. But for me, it was reading. I mean, because I was, that was kind of, we had the Mattel. We, oh, uh, where do I have that?
Well,
What did I
while
have?
you're looking for that, I'll go ahead and acknowledge a few people who have rolled in,
Yeah.
and one of
Hi,
them
everybody.
is your Ron over on Rumble, who says, "What is
He's
this?
right.
Quality entertainment found on Rumble. I simply have to hit that like." Well, thank you, your Ron. How did things go for you and Steven last night in Marvel Rivals?
I don't know where it is. Oh, there it is. I found it.
And over on the YouTube side, we also have Jet Sparks. Good to see you.
Hmm. See, we had these.
Let me hold on, hold on. Yeah, I remember those.
Baseball, football, basketball, and of course, they took the football one and turned it into this Battlestar Galactica.
Yeah, I
And this
remember
still works.
those.
This still works, by the way.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
And Jet Spark says the Wii U is just a failed prototype of what the Switch was supposed to be. Plus, it caused brand confusion. Yeah, you had the Wii and then you had the Wii U, and some people didn't realize that the Wii games were compatible with the Wii U.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see who else has popped in. I'll read everybody's comments as soon as I catch up to those who have popped in. We also have Wes of Star Army. Good to see you, Wes. Says, okay, but a kid can get into a lot more trouble on a phone than a Switch, playing Nintendo
Mm-hmm.
games on
Mm-hmm.
phones. Yeah, you do. You do
Yep.
have that raw internet.
Yep.
What's this $1,000 charge on Candy Crush?
Remember those days? Yeah,
Uh,
that was the problem Cash had when he was a little younger.
and Wes also says, when I was a kid, I was lucky enough to have a Sega Game Gear. Not
Mm.
only did it play games, but yeah, it had that television attachment where you could attach it to the Game Gear. It had the
Mm-hmm.
antenna, and if you were lucky to pull in over the air stations, well, there you go.
Ooh, I had one of those little itty bitty. I wish I could find it. I got it somewhere. I kept a little color TV with the little itty bitty LED screen, and I bought one of those with my tax returns one time back in '88. And yeah, I can't use it now because the signals have all changed. But I
Mm-hmm.
was able to pick up some interesting signals because phones and stuff like that use the VHF or
Yep.
UHF. I mean UHF. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, heck, my dad had a portable TV that he would take out on the boat with him sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And it was able to pull in different signals. I mean, we would get signals from Tijuana. We would get signals, of course, from the San
Mm.
Diego area, signals from LA.
Those commercials from Tijuana for the Spanish flies. Yeah. What was great about that little TV though? When I was working in the airlines, I worked the second shift, and Babylon 5 was on Thursday. So I snuck that little thing into work and I watched my Babylon 5 because it was usually pretty quiet.
Yeah.
Even though I was recording Babylon 5 at home, I just couldn't wait.
It's like, no, I've got to watch it now. I
Mm-hmm.
got to be entertained now. And Kitty Bear says the reason to have a PC being better when you have the house, you actually get to see the world instead of that stupid portable screen. Yeah, I
Mm-hmm.
guess I get what you're saying. Have the PC that when you go somewhere, actually take in your surroundings.
I think, though, we forgot back in that day, a lot of people had their noses in books and newspapers if they were taking public transportation. So they still had their nose buried in some, not as much as obviously phones, but honestly.
And he also says, when I was a kid, I was lucky if I was allowed to play a game on the Commodore 64. And yeah, you're exactly right. One of the problems with the Commodore 64 is trying to get some of the games to load.
Well, is loading, or is it because they were on cassette tape because they had the cassette drive? I had that for my VIC 20.
I know with my experience with the Commodore 64, I was sometimes getting the cassette drive to load. It's like, come on.
And then they were slow as hell.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, I had a VIC 20. I want to get a VIC 20. My mom gave my VIC 20 away to my aunt so their cousins could have it. She didn't think I needed it no more because we got the Apple IIe. It's like, no, I still love this. And I had 2 cartridges for games on there. And the one was like a Space Invaders. The other one was a Mega Race, which I love. If you remember a Mega Race. Oh. But those are cartridges. I had hours of fun. Hours of fun. And I even tried programming on it. That's where the cassette drive was my where I experienced the joy, because you save something, it would take forever to save. Then you want to call the program up, it take forever to reload up. And if it was somewhere, don't talk to me about tape drives.
Yeah. Don't get me started on tape drives unless you want a whole 2 hours of me cursing, and that's all I'm doing.
Yeah, tapeworm drive.
But yes, the Nintendo Switch is coming. We'll find out more details come April 2nd. And I know there's some people that are looking forward to it, and then some people are like, no, I'm sticking to PC. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. I'm not part of any war between the consoles and PCs. I got both, but I have my preference. I'm not going to knock anybody for having a console, even though they're not as good as me. But I'm not going to knock them. I'm kidding, people. Kidding.
Well, one of the reasons why I like having a PC and playing games on PC, especially now, is the fact that you can play games at a higher resolution.
Yeah. And like you have done, and I'm hoping to do when I get a little bit more money, hop the system up so you have more RAM, you have more memory, you have all that fun stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because I want that. When I get the money, I'm going to ask you which cards you put in, or which one would be the best. But that's when I get money, so it'll probably be 2027.
And Wes says the 128C had 64, and the 128 mode you could choose which had startup with a key hold.
Cool. That's awesome.
Yeah, it is.
Now talk about compatibility.
Yeah, and isn't that what we're looking forward to? Is the compatibility? So if we wanted to put in, say, an old program that they don't make anymore, we can install it, no problem. But see, that's another feature that really it seems like Microsoft is trying to get rid of. Because I used to be able to play Star Trek Bridge Commander.
Oh yeah.
On Windows 10. And then there was an update, several updates back, where unfortunately I can't do that anymore.
Come on, Bill Gates, get your head out of your bomb shelter you got made.
Yeah. And Jet Spark says, I want to invest in a PC, but also I was a little late to the party with the Nintendo Switch. So I want to give a shout out to my friend Bears64. Yeah, because I remember you telling me that it was Bears that gifted you your Nintendo Switch.
That was nice of Bears.
Yeah, real nice.
See, that's the thing. Jet Sparks wants to be in the Forest Zone with a bear because he's going to get game system.
So, anything else you have to say about this, Baron, or anyone in the chat
I
before we
hope
move on to
people
our
aren't.
next article?
Yeah, I just hope it's not going to be a disappointment, people. I really do, and we'll find out, I guess, more Wednesday or whatever. Yeah, and
No,
I hope it's not going to be overly priced.
we'll find out April 2nd.
Oh, April
Wednesday, April
2nd.
2nd. Yeah, yeah.
Are you sure they don't have the wrong day?
I'm sure.
Are they a day
I'm
late on that
positive.
one, maybe?
I'm
Okay.
positive. I'm positive. April 2nd is when we'll find out that is a Wednesday. So that Wednesday night, we will discuss it here on Pop Talk.
Why wasn't it on the first?
Why wasn't it on the first? Because I told you better not have it on the first.
Why couldn't the first be on a Wednesday? It'd be the appropriate day.
It better not be a joke.
I'm kidding, folks. I'm kidding.
And Kitty Bear says AMD Ryzen 9. Hold on, I gotta magnify this. This is too small. I don't know why I put it this small. Give me a second.
What language is that? I don't understand it. I hope you know what language that is. I have a hard time with the Japanese. In Russian, in French, in Italian. Heck, English.
Heck, sometimes I have trouble speaking English, and I'm born in this country.
You have a problem?
Me fail.
Oops, sorry.
Me fail English? That's impossible.
There we go. I think that sums up us on Pop Talk.
But Kitty Bear says an AMD Ryzen 9 79 50. Yeah, I'm just gonna stop. I'm just gonna stop speaking.
Yeah, please do. I was about ready to start doing the sign language. You know,
I've just got to get a better night's sleep. That's all.
hey, did you hear? Speaking of sign, did you hear before we move on this? Did you hear about the one person who went out there and have did the sign language interpretation? And they didn't know sign language. They're just making signs out there. I can't remember how long they were at that job until someone figured out this person's just moving his hands around. I think it was like 6 months he was doing the interpretation.
Oh gosh, why does that not surprise me, Baron? Especially today, it doesn't surprise me.
Well, and why are you surprised? Why are you surprised it wasn't me doing that? Well, I think in this day and age that is almost not necessary because a lot of these people have the instantaneous, like talk to text type thing that they have if they're watching TV or whatever. So no one's paying attention to the person after doing that. They're just reading the subtitle. So I don't know.
Yeah. Hold on, I'm gonna fix a couple things.
I mean, can you imagine that? They're, the presidents are talking, blah 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 blah, shits his pants, blah 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 blah. Stands making just a noise and unintelligible and shits his pants again. I love those subtitles.
Yeah, I know it's processor, memory, hard drive, and graphics card. Just for some reason today, and like I said, it's probably because of the lack of sleep I got last night. It's like,
You can't find this interpretation book.
yeah.
Geek to English. Geek to English.
Yeah, and Kitty Bear, low spec over on Rumble says, nice rig. Good to see you, low spec.
Low spec, who no longer has a laptop. Rest his soul.
He's still with us. He's still with us.
I know. He is, yeah. And Penguin Power. Oh! I was watching Sky News. The other day, and they had a report in Australia, and they had a report about penguin divorce rates. I am not kidding, because penguins mate for life, but they're finding that there's a record number of penguins now that are breaking up because they're not having enough offsprings, and they say it's causing a problem with the penguin population. What we have for you. I mean, what now? That's what sign me up. I want to be a penguin marriage counselor now because I can work with penguins, other penguins. Two penguins and one penguin each. By the way.
Barrett, every patient you've seen, something has happened to the other patient.
I would make them stay together. I'd find a way. It's like, come on, it's penguin love. Penguin love.
And Lowspec says, yep, the Lappy did what Lappies do and burn themselves up after a while. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. And, I don't know if they burn themselves up. I think they burn themselves out, especially out of a job.
Mm-hmm.
It's this article from That Park Place, and it's by M. Montedero. It says DragonAge, the Veilguard director, Corinne Bush, gone. Rumored closure of Edmonton studio, missing sales targets by 85%. Ooh.
You forgot the bridge, by the way.
I know. I didn't play that clip. I know. Even I gotta get used to the new setup.
Trying to help you.
I know you are. So I'll go ahead and play it.
Yeah. And the crowd goes wild, folks. They love it.
And it says in a development that has sent ripples through the gaming industry, Corinne Bush, game director of DragonAge the Veilguard, has left BioWare.
Shocked. I am absolutely shocked.
This news, revealed by Mark Curran, aka Grummies, and YouTuber Smash JT, comes amid troubling rumors that BioWare's flagship Edmonton studio may close as early as next month. The potential closure of this 3-story office, which opened just 5 years ago, signals a grim future for the once revered RPG studio.
I wonder why that's happening. Is that the person right there?
I guess so.
Maybe they're auditioning to take over for Corey Chase with those certain videos, family love videos that he does. Kind of looks like Corey Chase. Look at that.
And
Listen.
Kitty Bear says, my PC only costs 2,400 euros in total. That's not bad. At least I don't think it is. Yeah. With the new graphics card, I'm getting it around 3,200. Not the most expensive PC I ever put together.
Well, prices and everything is if it's what it's good for. What you're doing. If it's doing good, do the job well. So
yeah. It says Grummies and Smash JT share details from an internal email later verified by a source within EA where Bush announced leaving BioWare to pursue new projects. In other words, she was probably told, you underperformed in this project, you didn't live up to expectations, pack up your stuff and go.
Yeah, it's like the Veilguard is failing.
Yeah. Bush frames this departure as voluntary, but it's certainly possible that the studio stepped in and forces. Yeah, I just pretty much said it. Following the underwhelming performance of the Veilguard, which fell far short of sales expectations by a reported 85% and received harsh criticism, this leadership change is viewed by some as a move to stabilize the faltering studio. And then it goes on to say, hard to believe I'm writing these words, but here it goes, Bush said in an email. It's time for me to say goodbye. Today is my last day at BioWare and EA. After so much contemplation, I've decided to pursue a new challenge, and a new project. Doing what I love the most, making RPGs. It wasn't an easy decision, as I mean it when I say I love BioWare, the Dragon Age team, and what we've all accomplished together. My time with all of you has been the highlight of my career. I want to offer my personal thanks to each of you for your trust, your championship, and for the many ways in which you've inspired me and helped me grow. I'll be eagerly waiting to see what great experiences you create next, and as a fan, I'll be rooting for you. If I can leave you with any advice, it is this. We all know making games is hard, it's part of why we do it. But making games is also about the people and the reliance we have on one another, so take the time to celebrate the wins and lift each other up. The challenge and the work will always be there, but the moments we have with each other are precious and few. Let's stay in touch.
Precious and few are. No, sorry, I'm sorry, just started singing this.
And then this is from Smash JT, where it
Mm-hmm.
says, "Hey Jeff, Corinne is indeed gone. The current rumor is that they will announce the closure of BioWare Edmonton sometime around February, just before the Electronic Arts Town Hall. Basically, when EA talks about what has been going on for the last fiscal quarter and what's next. Her account was deactivated."
Oh, shocked.
Yeah. And it says, according to Smash JT's EA source, BioWare Edmonton's closure is rumored to be announced before EA's February 2025 town hall, which we just read. The timing coincides with reports of disappointing financial performance and project delays, including the much anticipated Mass Effect sequel. Dragon Age, the Veilguard, has been a focal point of BioWare's struggles, selling under 1.5 million copies against a projected 10 million after a 10-year development period. According to Smash JT's internal source, the dwindling player base, down 90% within 2 months, reflects widespread dissatisfaction. Critics have pointed to a combination of creative missteps and an increasing focus on corporate DEI initiatives over core gameplay values as reasons for the studio's decline. This isn't the first high profile departure from BioWare in recent months. Sylvia and God help me if I can even get this pronounced right.
Feck, Fecka Cootie? Fecka
Feka
Cootie?
Tid Feka I'm not even gonna try it.
I wonder if that's I wonder where
I,
ethnicity that name is from. I'm thinking Japanese, but I could be wrong. Fecka Cootie. Fecka Cootie. Almost sounds Japanese, but I'm probably saying it wrong too.
yeah. I'm not even gonna try it.
I'm being serious. I'm not being mocking here.
I know you're being serious. I can tell.
Oh, I'm telling the audience. I'm telling the audience. They don't know me that well.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna try to pronounce it. But anyways, she was a senior writer with 15 years at the company, also left following the Veilguard's launch. These exits compound the uncertainty surrounding BioWare's future, leaving the fate of the series like Mass Effect and Dragon Age up in the air.
Mm-hmm.
BioWare was once a studio that celebrated creativity and pushing the envelope, but under Bush's leadership, Dragon Age went from a dark fantasy epic to a soppily written cartoonish gender politics lesson, complete with mandatory pronoun selection and even the opportunity to add top surgery scars to the player character. Yeah, that's what everybody wants. Forget
Mm-hmm.
about the gameplay.
Right.
And let's see what our chat has to say. Wes says the game industry buddied up to all the Chinese investors for that sweet, sweet cash. And when the CCP cracked down on overseas investing, almost every game studio got left hanging in a huge way. And let's not forget that also you have some executives from Hollywood now in the gaming industry. So they're also pushing the narrative too.
You get what you deserve.
Mm-hmm. And Wes also says we're still seeing horrible domino effect from that, even though it's been a couple of years, so many jobs lost. Yeah, Concord jobs were lost after that. And this article continues by saying these politically charged initiatives have been proven to repel players. No shit.
Oh! We got a clip for that. Oh, did I move it too far? Oh, there we go. We have a clip for that.
The hell you say?
Recently, Lords of the Fallen developer CI Games issued a poll that asked gamers if they'd prefer traditional male and female gender selection options in a medieval fantasy game over the general neutral body type AB previously included in their 2023 release. Male and female, preferably. And you can even see the results here. They say the same thing.
Yep. Body type A and body type B. Yeah.
It says with nearly 50,000 votes, the audience voted overwhelmingly to reject gender politics and keep traditional male-female options. That's what we prefer. We want our games to be fun. We don't want our games to, talk down to us.
Yeah.
CI Games then vowed to not only stick to male-female going forward, but also to go back and update Lords of the Fallen to reflect the player choice. Well, at least there you have a company that's willing to listen to their consumer base.
Well, that's the perfect example of the customer is always right. I know I said it before, but it's been a while. So there might be some people who haven't heard me say this. The term "the customer is always right" does not give the customer a right to come up and be a total asshole and demand things and scream, "I'm always right because I'm the customer." No, that's not what it means. What it means is if you have to listen to what the customer wants for a product. And if you're not delivering what a customer doesn't want for a product, guess what happens? They don't buy said products because you ignored them. Your business is to provide a service or a product to somebody that they want, especially if it's part of a niche group or a certain segment of the society. That's what you aim for. That's what you work for. And if you ignore that, guess what happens? Concord, Veilguard, all the other stuff. So back to you, Mike.
And Yaron says that he has zero faith that Mass Effect is going to be good. Yeah, and that's not good, especially coming off the last one, which by some accounts wasn't a very good game. I haven't played it, but from what I've been told by friends who have, and just reading across message boards and watching videos, some people didn't like it.
And that's what happens. This is the fallout. Future products are now tainted with that. And they have a half-life of who knows how long. See, I'm putting these game names in there. Isn't it smart of me? I'm smart, SMRT. But no, but in all seriousness, yeah, this is the fallout of it. And there is going to be a half-life. It's going to take a while for people to, not necessarily a hardcore gamer, I don't care, it's got the name, I'm going to buy it, those type of people. But the ones that like gaming, but they don't want crap.
Yeah, that's the thing. It doesn't matter if it's gaming, if it's movies, television shows, or even books. Right. We don't want to be given crap.
Right.
So it goes on to say in this article, it will be interesting to see if other studios take note of this vital demographic assessment. BioWare, in particular, has the next Mass Effect coming down the pipeline. If the studio fails to learn from the mistakes of Veilguard and fills Mass Effect with gender politics and DEI, then we might have seen the once legendary RPG maker's final chapter.
Mm-hmm.
See, but that's also a problem. If these companies refuse to listen to their base, their fan base in particular, then it's all on them. As far as I'm concerned, it's all on them. It's their failure.
Mm-hmm.
If they don't
Well,
take
mm-hmm.
polls like CI took into account where gamers are saying we don't want body type A, body type B as a selection in games. We want male and female. We want to be able to customize our characters. It's not about making the female characters look sexual. It's about making male characters look like a male character, female characters look like a female character, different body types.
Mm-hmm. Because don't we all have different body types?
Yeah.
And the thing is I can hear it now. I can hear it now flopping around out there. The blue-haired land whales screeching through their blowholes, saying, "Well, that that poll that was corrupted because it was the Russian Trumpies that came in and did that. Bots. There were Trumpy Russian bots that did that. See, we're under attack." Because that's what they usually always do.
I mean, well, look at what's happening in Washington, D.C. right now. You have protesters protesting tomorrow's inauguration.
They're dead early. Time late.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, protest. I don't care.
Yeah, it's your right. It's your God-given right as American.
Right. But the thing is no, this is not a Russian Trumpy bot invasion on that poll. That is people who are serious are concerned about their game. We want their game.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the sad things is, though, I mean, I'm glad that they're going back and fixing things in the games that just put out. If Veilguard was smart, they'd go in there and rip out all that BS. But you have so many games in development now that probably started off with this crap because it takes several years to do a game, right? And millions of dollars. They're either going to have to release what's going to probably become a stinker because they got all that identity politics in, or they're going to have to go back and start changing things in that game so they actually have a game, not some sort of proselytizing of SJW woke bullshit. So either way, it's going to cost them money.
Mm-hmm.
So we're still going to be seeing some of this crap coming out, even though the company doesn't necessarily want to. Because again, like I said, how long it takes, but I think there's several out there that are waking up, and within the next couple, within a year or so, you're going to start seeing whether they have to go back and redo things, or you just have games coming out that doesn't take that long, but they decide, hey, we're not going to put this crap in there.
Exactly, and it does say here in the article, of course, Bush took no personal responsibility for the massive failure in public. Instead, the deeply unpopular director appointed toward a supposed hate campaign to explain away the dismal sales and skyrocketing return rate for Veilguard. See, and that's a sad tactic. Always blaming someone else for your faults.
Well, yeah. They can't take personal accountability.
Yeah.
But the sad thing is, Mike, she probably believes that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm just looking at something that she wrote on Gaming Circle Jerk from Reddit. I'm not on Reddit, but it just came up on my search because I'm doing homework as we're doing the show. It goes, lesbians are okay because they love other women, like straight men do. That's good. Gay men like men, though, like straight women, and that's bad. No one wants to be a woman. I bet trans men are more widely accepted than trans women, too. I mean, again, you got someone that's coming from that mentality. No, it's not my fault. It's everybody else's fault because I'm going from a man to a woman, and we're picked on. We're then really, sure, yeah, right.
I mean,
That's
let me just put it this way: if I do a live stream, doesn't matter if it's Pop Talk, doesn't matter if it's a game stream, doesn't matter if it's just a general live stream where I'm talking about whatever. We're talking about whatever. If I don't perform to a certain expectation as far as the gameplay is concerned, I shouldn't expect to get likes. I
mhm.
really shouldn't.
You're supposed to strive for your best when you do this stuff. And Mike and I and Wincatcher, we've been trying to strive for our best. Well, we got a long way to go. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But no, and that's just it. You got to keep your bullshit separate from this. Just like you don't bring your work home, don't bring your work home to work. Uh, you're supposed to be making a role playing game, something that is supposed to be enjoyed by all. But oh no, I
Mm-hmm.
got this platform now, and I didn't play the game, but I watched these cutscenes with. And I'm going to sit back and say this: this is her insert into the game,
Yeah.
which again is a problem. You inserting yourself into something like that, and pissing and moaning all the time about the woes of life because you're they them, and I'm transitioning all that stuff and making people do push-ups because they misgender you, and how horrible that is, and how you're basically a puppet master of these people because you're controlling them. Oh, I said something wrong, I'll do whatever you say, I'm worshiping you, whatever you say. If I quote unquote misgender, I say, oh, I'm sorry. And if you have a problem with that, fuck you. I'm sorry. If it bothers you that much, I'm sorry, but you know what? Everybody gets misgendered. When I answered the phone as a kid, everyone thought I was my mom
When
because
I
of my
when I
voice.
answered the phone as a teenager, everybody thought I was my dad.
Yeah. Well, when the seeds dropped, then it went the other way. They started to sound like my dad. But when I was younger, I sounded like my mom. And guess what? They said, "Oh, blah." It's like no, 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 no. I'm the kid. I'm the boy. Um, but things happen. You know what? And if it's something like that's going to make it go ape shit, you really need to go to a real psychologist and talk it over
Hmm?
because it's not that horrible. There's
No.
worse things that can happen to you. I assure you,
Worst things
someone
that can be
taking a
done to you, worst things that can be said to you.
right. I'm sure that if you think being misgendered is worse than someone taking a baseball bat over your head, you have a problem. I consider the baseball bat more of a problem and should be taken care of swiftly.
I consider getting hit in the eye by a baseball a worst problem.
Right. So, I mean,
Something I could speak to from experience.
yeah. And this is this person's way of inserting themselves in their quote unquote struggle. You know what? A video game is not for that. That's why it's the fail guard.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I know. 2077 Cyberpunk, you got the chicks with the extra in there, right? But
Hmm.
you know what? That's a different thing. One, they're not preaching in that game. Two, it's an option. Three, it's cyberpunk. It's weird. I mean, you got plugins for the freaking toaster put into you, so you make sure your toaster's preparing your toast correctly. You can plug into the cybernet and do funky things. It's a world of science fiction slash fantasy, and it's a bizarre world. It works there, but again, what's the important word I said? It's not preaching.
Hmm. Well, even Kitty Bear says, as a person with multiple personality disorder, I find that they them pronouns have to effing go. Language is confusing enough. Even I do not want to be called they them.
Well, it's bad English too. It's
Hmm.
horrible English. When they start putting this stuff out, it's like, did you even spend? Well, you use pronouns. You say he, him, and you just use they. Yeah, because they is a neutral when one, you don't know what they are. It's like, or you're just using it as a generalization, they called, or look at them over there, because you have a group of theys. It's a more generalization one. You don't go, there's a group of he's over there. No, it's they're over there. Look at them. It's just one of those. It's not a personal pronoun. It's a general one. But no, they want to try to push that. Blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, you just don't know English because you have your head so far up your ass, you're coming out your mouth.
Yeah. And even Jet Sparks says these people believe words are violence, but also silence is violence. You just can't win. No, you can't win with them. Don't bend your knee to them.
No, I refuse. I mean, to a point, you can say that words can be violence, but it depends on how it's used. But they just think even a mistake is violence. I don't know about you, but I just don't go around accidentally clocking somebody on the street.
No,
I might actually.
You want to know why I don't do that? I don't want to go to jail.
Yeah, but the thing is, you accidentally call someone the wrong gender compared to I accidentally hit that guy. You might accidentally brush up against someone or bump into somebody. And what do you say? Sorry, my apologies. Being misgendered is I'm sorry. I accidentally brushed up against you.
Mm-hmm.
It's not being slugged across the face.
How many times have we all been in a crowded area and we actually accidentally bump into somebody? What do you say when that happens? Sorry. I apologize. Did it mean to bump into you? I mean, I've had people bump into me. I've accidentally bumped into people. And you know what? It didn't go down to fisticuffs. No, we just look at each other and said, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of times with me, it's like, no big deal. It was an accident.
Well, yeah, especially when you're in a crowded place. It's like, you might not be paying attention or whatever. It's an accident. You don't go No, if you went out there intentionally doing it, that's one thing. But if it's just one of those where you accidentally do because, well, that, when we used to have busy streets, before the Koofadoof, and, people actually went someplace and you had a crowded area, it would happen. It would happen. Honestly, I mean, but they're equating something that's as simple as, oops, I accidentally bumped into you, my apologies, to the fact that you took them out, made them dig their grave, and plugged them. It's not the same thing.
No.
You narcissistic a-holes. And that's what it is. It's narcissism.
It's a whole...
Just like I was...
It's a whole lot of narcissism.
Yeah. And just like I said, it's more of a general one. It's a general one. Oh, yeah. No, I got the wrong. Okay, yeah. What are you doing to me here, this thing? I tell you. Now it's got, okay, there we go. They, them is a plural for using to point out a group. Exactly. It's a general one. Because it's a group. It's a general group. It's not a personal one. It's like, I'm going to use you, Katie Bear, since you brought up. And is it not necessarily, hey, Katie Bear's over with them. Or they like Katie Bear.
Yeah.
There, boom. That's how it works.
Or, look at all of them Indian fans.
Mm-hmm.
For the Cleveland Indians, because we will be talking about Bob Uecker, who was in the Major League movies, and in those movies he played Harry Doyle, who was a radio broadcaster for the then Cleveland Indians.
Swing and a miss, strike one.
Just a bit outside.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, this is serious. So let me find the right thing.
Okay.
Is
it breaking news?
Breaking news.
Got it. Let me get it. Because this doesn't always put it in the order that I bring it in. So let me get to it.
Yeah, I was looking for it. But
okay.
We do actually have legitimate breaking news. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is brought to me by the long-suffering Mrs. Tagge news source. Actually, I can hear her watching the telly out there. Now, again, this is a rumor. This is a rumor, but there is a rumor that President-elect Trump will move the swearing in to midnight tonight, which would actually be technically midnight tomorrow. So that just came across the wire here. Like I said, the long suffering is working hard out there on watching the telly and watching the news stuff. So just thought I'd put that across.
Let me see if I can find something on it real quick.
Yeah, I was kind of trying to do that myself, but my thing is slow when they have their breaking news, unless it has something to do with the fact that we're mean to the Veilguard people.
Yeah. So let me see what I can find. Being responsible.
Yeah, that's why I made sure to let you know this is a rumor, and that's how it came across to me. There is a rumor. So,
let me
we're
see
both
if I
on
can
it.
find anything. Yep, we're both on it. Yeah, of course. We know it's being moved indoors. Understandable. Yep. It's not the first time an inauguration has been moved indoors.
Yeah,
it was temperatures.
Yeah, last time was for Reagan's second inaugural. And of course, you have good old Wolsey out there being a smartass. It's like, listen, Wolsey, you're from Minnesota like I am. When it starts getting those temperatures, standing around like that, it's kind of cold out there. But you got people coming in from warmer climes. Shut the front door, you jazz hand, horse cum drinking moron. There, I said it. Anybody want a governor? We got. Well, I can't say slightly used, but we got a special needs one if you want.
I already have a new governor.
Yeah. I'm not seeing anything on the wire myself.
No,
but
I'm not.
It might have just hit too. So, like I said, she's watching the telly.
Yeah.
So, I'm just seeing about the going inside, but.
Yeah, that's all I'm seeing right now is the inauguration being moved indoors, which again, can't blame it. We'll still be able to see it. We'll still be able to watch it.
And it does do a double service. Not only that, it keeps from Floridians and Texans from freezing their tuckuses off, but it's a more secure location because, let's face it, there is a lot of lunatics out there. So,
it's a good reason to move it indoors after all. Have we already forgotten what happened on July 13th of last year?
Yeah. And then let's not forget the second attempt.
Yeah.
And I'm still working at it. You know, sometimes you have to use the phone. Sometimes you have to use the computer. I got a question I'm asking. So, yeah. All I know is Big Mike's not going to be there, so... I'll save some spots. But yeah, I'm not finding anything. So that's why I want to sit back and put it is a rumor. And I know that the missus, I make sure she knows which sites to go to and not hit the clickbait, but she does usually hit the reputable ones.
Yeah. Well, if it happens, I'm sure we'll hear something about it. If we hear something about it before we wrap up today's show, we'll definitely talk about it.
Well, yeah, and I admit it is a rumor, Animos.
Yeah.
But it's like, okay, keep your eyes and ears out. Let's see what's going on. And I'm not taking a claim. I am asking sources, all that. But I just thought we'd get out there and beat everybody if this was the case. Ha ha ha. And by the way, because you
not necessarily trying to beat everybody to the news story, but if this is true, then it'll change a few things that I have planned for tomorrow.
Right. And being that Animos decided he wanted to shoot his mouth off, is he one of the members?
Yes, he is one of the Stealth is Optional members who could join us if he wants to. I don't know. Why are you out there in the cold, Anonymous? Come on in. The water's fine.
Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
We will play this every 3 to 5 minutes if you don't come in.
Yeah, and it's good to see Fo Dub over on the Rumble side who says heading to the in-laws for a bit. I got
Mm.
you tabbed, fam. Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome. Hey, you know what? If you have a portal device, have your. Depends on how much you like your in laws. If you don't like them too much, introduce us to them. Have them watch. Perfect way to torture them if you
Oh,
like.
oh,
Don't like
trust me. I bet the in-laws they listen to us even just for a few seconds. They'll say, "Turn those idiots off."
them.
See, I know some people may not like it that I take a jab at us, but come on, I'm doing it in a funny ha kind of way because
who
I can poke fun at myself.
who doesn't like us making fun of ourselves? Huh? Probably because we're stealing the best lines. That's why. It's like, oh, I got a good one. Oh, they beat me to it. That's probably why they don't like it because we're on the game. We're the best at the game on that.
I
Better
don't
than
know if
you.
we're the best, but getting back to this article, just going to finish it off real quick.
Yeah.
In this next paragraph here, an anonymous is joining us.
That's me. And
Mhm.
yeah, Baron, the rumor man.
Hey, don't talk to me, frowny nipple.
But you leave my nipples out of this.
You're the one that's showing it to everybody.
Well, you know, I'm an
Okay.
exhibitionist.
For those of you that are wrestling fans, remember Mean Gene Okerlund's hotline, his 1-900 hotline, where you can get all the latest rumors in WWF and WCW. I think
Mhm.
that's what Baron's trying to become. The
You know it.
Orman Tagge hotline.
Mean Gene Baron.
But this article finishes off saying, as Smash AT put it, make no mistake, this is the beginning of the end for one of gaming's most storied studios, all thanks to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Whether that prophecy holds true to be seen, but remains to be seen, sorry. But one thing is clear, BioWare's future hangs in the balance. Do you think Corinne Bush left BioWare, or did the battered studio fire the failed director? I already said it at the beginning of this article. She got fired, but she's not going to say that she got fired because she wants to save face.
Well, that's because she, and basically they made sure the door did hit her on the way out too. No, this egotistical, narcissistic, uh, mentally ill, and yes, mentally ill, because when you get to those levels of narcissism, egotism, all that, and you cannot take accountability, there is a level of mental unbalance. Really, there is. And who's going to take her? Maybe Sweet Baby Inc. has an opening for her. I don't know. That's the place to go because I don't think there's going to be another studio that wants her.
They ain't all de-wokeified yet, so somebody's bound
Yeah,
to.
but the thing is the industry is so bad now. They're too busy getting rid of people to
That's
hire.
true. Yeah, a lot of companies are laying off people left
Mhm.
and right because of their giant flops of games that
Right.
were caused by their
Well,
ideology.
not only that, there are companies getting rid of DAI, supposedly. Supposedly.
Yeah.
Supposedly, yeah, or rebranding or whatever.
Yeah.
The rebranding and all that, but yeah. It's,
But yeah, I mean, BioWare has to take responsibility. They hired or they put her onto the spot of being the director of the game, and they hired people to work on the game that were all for the DEI. So you got to take your lumps.
well, not only were they all, they were pushing it. They wanted that. They wanted, hey, let's do it. We got to make sure that we can go out there and educate those unwashed morons out there. Really. What's that?
The audio crackle.
That's the anonymous crackle.
I'm just trying to help.
Yeah, trying to help. Right. Uh huh.
Not on
As
money.
bad as it is
Not
for
on money
Kitty
double
Bear, it
seven.
could be worse.
Yeah. It's just the stupidity.
It's time for the folks who are in the gaming industry to take responsibility for when their game fails.
Yep.
A lot of people right now are pissed off at Marvel Rivals. Why? Because it's a successful game. It has gamers coming back to it, wanting to, grind for different rewards and, even spend money to get cosmetics.
Are they mad at
Because
Marvel Rivals, or are they mad at Marvel, or people who are supporting Marvel? I don't.
it's Marvel Rivals mainly because the game's the hot game right now, and it's got 90% of its player base. It's only lost 10% of its player base since it's launched, and
So
That's
who's
not
mad?
bad.
Who's mad at them? The other gamers, other gaming companies.
other
Probably.
gamers are upset with Marvel Rivals because it's taken away from their game.
Like DragonAge.
Yes.
What tough crap.
The
Sorry.
Veilguard. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, I mean, that's, you don't see like I don't know, some, Brad Pitt coming out 3 weeks after his movie, and it was in, barely made any money, and then some other movie came out, a blockbuster came out, and drove his movie down. You don't see him coming out and saying, "Hey, the freaking movie sucks. It's taking the attention away from my movie." Blah blah. What's the problem here? I don't get it.
I don't either.
Games compete. That's the whole point, right?
Yeah.
You put out a game, somebody else puts out a game, and roughly around the same time. Well, everybody loves the one better than the other, and
I think you got people out there that are all mad, and it's probably the ones the wokey pokey blue-haired land whales that blow it out their hole that are mad because they see things like Veilguard and all that failing while this is succeeding. And it's like, how dare that one succeeds? Where's the message? Why aren't they representing us?
yeah.
No, they're representing the superheroes in that game.
Where's the character?
Well, you had a game like Overwatch 2 that could have been a massive success.
Right.
But it had its own failings. And part of those own failings were actually unbalanced matches.
Mm-hmm.
You would have higher ranked players in a match with lower ranked players. How are they supposed to compete?
Well, you were having that problem, weren't you, the other day when I was watching?
Yes, we were.
And I get that almost all the time with Space Marine 2. It bothers me. It's like, if there's one thing I want them to change, is try to find a way to balance this out. Instead of having a bunch of the low-level ones, and then you got a bunch of the ones that are higher level and been doing it more. Of course you're going to get your ass handed to you. How are you supposed to get your victories up and get the special gear when you can't do it?
Exactly. I mean, I even did a practice round last night before the members stream. And I'm going, what the hell? This guy's a rank 35. I'm only a rank 25. No wonder I'm getting my ass handed to me.
Exactly.
And Euron is saying, me and Steven think Rivals is also filling teams spots with bots randomly. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I noticed it yesterday when I was playing the game. It's like, how is this person able to track me so quickly? I mean, I was even watching some of that stream last night on Steven's, and Steven had somebody, whether they were an actual person or a bot, who knew exactly where he was going.
Mm-hmm.
It's AI.
Unless people got cheats already for this.
Maybe, but I mean that's awful quick unless some of the developers made some, put them out, or gave some hints to people. I don't know, but more than likely,
because even anti-cheat software isn't 100%
no
foolproof.
No. No, and these people can put these mods out pretty darn, especially if we have an idea what this program, what the program is. You can just go, oh, I know where these back doors are. Boom, 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 boom.
Mm-hmm.
There's a good chance that they're implementing maybe AI bots that are tracking you and in fact can do it way faster than any normal bots that are just programmed to find somebody, and you'll see they see somebody and then they attack on a different team, blah blah blah. Because before in any game, if you had a bot playing with you, they hardly ever help, right?
Mm-hmm.
The technology sucked. But if you throw a little AI in there who can be intuitive, maybe, and knows the code, knows where you're at all the time, probably got some their own cheats that are built in. You're gonna get found and tracked and destroyed, a lot faster. It's possible.
But you have to admit, though,
Is.
you have to admit though, the dwarves in Vermintide are pretty good bots because they'll run ahead and take all the hits for you
Yeah.
coming afterwards. It's like, yeah, that's just like when we get those dwarf players. That's
What? Wait. What?
randos coming in that just run off. We call them dwarves because that's what it seems like it always happens when someone plays a dwarf.
Yeah, and how many times have I said when we're playing Vermintide 2, how bad is it when the guy who usually rambles it in games is watching someone else go ahead of him? The guy that usually rambles it is actually sticking with the team, making sure we're all alive.
Yeah. Well, that guy's crazy.
Gotta prop you guys up.
Well, hey, who plays a dwarf sometime?
Here's anonymous. Here's anonymous. Yeah, I gotta carry your guys' sorry ass.
Right.
You're sounding like McCracken now.
Yes.
Yeah, it's me. I'm the one. I go out there. It's because of me. I'm propping you guys up. Yeah.
I'm always helping Mike off a cliff.
Well, that was also funny too. The other night when we were playing Marvel Rivals, you're Raw and Steven and I. Steven's like, "Yeah, I gotta carry you, Pacific. Yeah, I gotta carry your ass."
Hey, I hear that gaming team is now called Team Epic Fail 2.0.
There you go.
We did fine. We did fine. We
You
had
guys
some
did
good
good.
matches.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I saw the frustration though when these guys were just, it's like, where, how do they know? How do they know? It's like something's fishy here. So.
Mm-hmm. Something's sus. It's us.
Especially when you were getting people that are joining your team and then disappeared.
Well, that's the thing too. You do have some players who will come in and they'll rage quit. It's like, no, you don't do that. You don't just join a team and because things aren't going your way, you rage quit.
But
complete the match, and then after the match is over, if you want to leave.
But didn't I hear that there is kind of a system on there that if you do that too often, you get dinged?
Yeah, you do.
Well, that's good. But you had people disappearing even before the match started. They'd be there, and it's like the match is going to start, and they disappear. I thought.
Yeah, well, we had one match where we had a full 6-man team, and then somebody left, and we were able to win both the first and second round with just the 5-man team. It was 5 versus 6.
Yeah, it sounds like Call of Duty to me. Basically, you'd be in there in the Call of Duty. You'd be in the loading room or whatever, and you'd be watching people come in and then we got our team, got enough. You didn't have to have a full complement, but you get enough of them, you can go, you start the match. But then you sit there and some would be popping in, then they'd pop out, then somebody else would pop in and be like, I don't want to be in this one, pop out. It's annoying because sometimes you can sit there for freaking 5 minutes waiting for somebody or enough people.
Or, when you're playing, especially in Rivals, when you have more than one healer, and the other healer is just looking up at the sky going, wow, man.
You have a job to do, right?
It's like even me, who even admits I'm not a good healer. You really don't want me as a healer,
Right.
and it's because I can't react quick enough to everybody that needs heals. That's my main problem. Not reacting quick enough. It's not that I'm not paying attention. It's being able to react quick enough, stay alive, and give everybody heals.
And the thing is, I don't care. So that's the last person you want to have as the healers. I don't care. You hurt yourself? Come on. Walk it off.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The
off.
Baron's over there. Just walk it off. Come on. Just roll around on the ground a little bit. Be all right.
Baron, I need heals. Oh, you're fine, Mike. You're fine. Just crawl.
Meanwhile, Mike's doing that Peter Griffin thing.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, the game is fun. I know it's not for everybody, but it is fun. It is fun, especially if you're playing with friends. And I've been lucky to play the game with Cash, Steven, and you're Ron. And also Gary. I always blame Gary. I know I'm talking about Gary from Pop Culture Minefield or Neurotic. We have a friend in the group when we play named Gary. So yeah, we blame him.
Have I met this guy yet? I don't think I have. He's not.
No, I don't think you've met him yet. I don't think.
Yeah, he's not my friend. He's not my friend. He's too good to meet me. That's what these guys are saying.
That's right.
Well, maybe if he would stop by Steven's channel every now and then.
Yeah, but that's early.
He doesn't do it that early.
I'm usually with the long suffering in the morning. That's my new time.
He doesn't stream in the morning. You don't even know what time the man streams, man.
I don't even know who Fat Steven is.
I call bullshit. Fats,
who?
You hear that? You hear that? This man right here says he doesn't know who you are. You're not gonna believe that line of bullshit, are you?
It's like a
Where would I have met him? Where would I have met this man?
Oh gosh. The Primetime Kings.
I was broadcasting with them longer than I was broadcasting with you.
Oh geez, Steven. I'll just go ahead and say it for you, because Baron has heard this from Gary Cassell of Pop Culture Minefield. Fuck you, Baron.
Oh, I've heard it from you. I've heard it from Fats. I've heard it from Gary. I think I even heard it from Cash.
You haven't heard it from me because I wasn't on stream when I said it.
Act like you don't know who Fat Steven is. Jesus, help me. In the meantime,
you asked for help. You're getting it.
It all feels good.
I like that applause time we got in the studio now.
You don't know who Fat Steven is. What the hell? I realize the man's Canadian, and we forget about most of the Canadians, but come on, man.
I know a skinny Steven.
Blame Canada. Blame Canada.
Land of Justin Trudeau.
So we have the weekend results for the latest tally for Hollywood's underperformers.
Do you want the Cliff Note version? Here's the Cliff Note version.
One of them days, yeah. That's Pop Talk right now. It's just one of them days.
Hey DJ, thank you.
But One of Them Days has grossed 14 million in its opening weekend. Not too bad. Let me check and see what its production budget was. Give me a second.
I really
And
need
let-
to make these
what
screens
what
bigger.
what?
Oh, because I'm reading through this description on the bottom there. A race against the clock to avoid erection, and it's like no,
Whoa.
eviction.
Hello.
I'm serious. That's what I saw because it's so small and far enough back that it looks correct.
Whoever wants to avoid an erection?
Mm.
And according to the information that just came up, it had a production budget of 14 million. So guess what?
Oh, break
Not
even.
including advertising,
Mm-hmm.
but it's made back its budget. How about that?
But what advertise? I never. This is the first time I heard of this film.
Yeah. Well, that's the running theme in Hollywood anymore. You don't even see advertisements or hear
Mm-hmm.
radio advertisements for movies anymore. It's
Unless they're blockbusters, supposed to be blockbusters.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
But they're the ones that don't need the advertising.
Yeah, but they'd spend
Or
almost
as
double
much.
their budget on freaking advertising. That's the weird part.
They don't need as much, but yeah, sometimes they go way overboard.
Yeah. And then you had Mufasa the Lion King that made 11.5 million, and it has a total worldwide gross of 591 million.
One of those that's doing better internationally than here,
Mm-hmm.
but both respectable numbers.
Yeah. I didn't think there was going to be, a fan base that would even want to go see it, but apparently there is.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, you have Wolfman,
Ooh.
which, I only saw advertisements for it on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even know there was a Wolfman movie.
You haven't
coming out.
seen
No,
any? I've been seeing them everywhere.
I haven't seen it, and I thought Benicio del Toro was working on the Wolfman, based off the old original film. But unless that's gone to the wayside, but no, I haven't seen this one.
No, this is it. Well, I don't know Del Toro's, but this is supposed to be based or like a redo of the original film.
Mm.
Lon Chaney.
No. Yeah, Lon Chaney Jr. Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But it doesn't sound like the movie because in that one he was basically a single bachelor that was going and runs into gypsies with Bela Lugosi as one of the gypsies.
Well, maybe I'm thinking of a different one. I remember Wolfman where like he was married and had a kid. Right? Was there a Wolfman movie like that?
There probably was, but not the Wolfman.
Oh.
And that's right. DJ wants to see Barron for president. That's right.
Yep, I already thanked them. If I am elected president, I'll make sure that there's a turtle in every house. But
I don't want a turtle.
You're gonna get a turtle.
Man.
Yeah.
Tarantula.
That's something I was even noticing too. Even looking for movies that will be coming out, next week and a few weeks from now. There's not a single movie coming out so far that I'm going, yeah, I want to go see that. I'm not interested in seeing Captain America: Brave New World.
No.
Yeah, there's go back to that. Well, if you want to talk about Wolfman, but the list sucks.
Wolfman had a production budget of 25 million.
By the way, that's the 51st state, DJ. Greenland, or 52nd. I mean,
Wolfman probably is going to make a profit, but not by much.
Mm-hmm.
Already, the reviews are like this movie sucks.
Well, they needed to have a Benicio del Toro film.
Yeah.
Of it, and I swore that he was trying to do one of those. And now, isn't that the only one on the list that anybody that's part of this crew, I'm talking about, in the chat in here, would want to see a Sonic 3? Because I've heard nothing but good things about it.
Yeah, I want to see
Yeah,
it. I just saying they go to the movies and watch it though.
Everyone's saying that there's not a single movie on the list. It's like, well, I figured that's probably one.
I mean, I've heard good things about Sonic 3, and I heard good things about Sonic 2. I haven't seen Sonic 2, so.
Yeah.
Sonic 2 was good up until the end where they made some really weird mistakes. If you pay attention, you'll notice, but it's just as far as the story goes, I guess.
Well, see, that's good. I don't pay attention.
Oh, that's fine. It makes you the best reviewer.
You're wrong. We will not accept Quebec. Quebec can go back to France. Who hates them, by the way? You know how the Quebec love France, but France does not like Quebec. Neither do the Cajuns.
No.
From what it sounds like, nobody in Canada likes Quebec except Quebec.
Nobody likes Quebec except for Quebec. I mean, it's an international thing. If Russia invaded Quebec, we'd be on Russia's side. Let's put it that way. We'd be helping them.
Just take them. Just
yeah,
move them out.
Why would we even be helping? We'd just be watching, going, "What's going on? Russia's taking Quebec. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Can we get some?
Boy, they surrender faster than France. Those cheese-eating surrender monkeys.
Time-honored tradition.
Yep.
Everybody
has a California. And
yeah,
I'm not saying that in the mocking way. I know what's going on in the Los Angeles area with all those horrible fires and.
But no, I mean that's sadly one of the effects of it. Every place has a California that is overregulated, insane with policies, and has that notion of as we go, so goes, quote unquote, the nation or the world. Every place has got that, and then you can see, unfortunately, the side effects of it, like people leaving in droves. They lost a seat, at least a seat, in Congress because of that. Can you imagine that? California lost a seat.
Yeah, because who could afford to live out in California?
That's just it.
It's like I brought up last night during the members trip. I could remember hearing my parents saying, no, we can't get that right now because they would have to pay not just house insurance, but also car insurance. And
expensive insurance, not just insurance. Everybody pays insurance, but it's in property taxes. When you got a mortgage, you own your own house. Even if you own your house outright, paid for, you still owe the state a lot of money just to have that property. So who really owns your house, right? I mean, it's like that in every country, every state. But good Lord, California is. Taxation is theft, but holy crap, they're robbing people blind.
Well, it's like, when we were talking with Cash, because of course, obviously this hits home to Cash and Spock and a few of the others that we're with. And we're hoping that, and it sounds like they're not going to be affected. Thank God. Unfortunately, so many others have. But they keep on talking about $1 million homes. But the thing is, in California, in that area of California, a 2-bedroom Rambler can start out at least $1 million, if not more.
Yeah, it's insane. You need to watch.
So most of the people have $1 million homes here.
Yeah, you just need to watch any of these renovation places that are in California, or renovation shows that are in California. These people will take a shanty, spend $10,000 and renovate it. They buy it for like $300,000-$400,000, put $10,000 in to renovate it, and then sell it for over $1 million. It's not the house. The house is probably $100,000 worth of material. It's the land.
Yeah.
Well, you know what's going to happen? They're going to buy that, and then they're going to tear the house down and build something new.
Yeah.
I mean, that's usually what happens. I'm not being facetious about it.
Yeah, because if right now, if anybody in that fire owned a $1 million property, it basically would be on a half-acre, quarter-acre lot, and it was $1 million. House burnt down, they could sell that lot for $750,000 probably.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I mean,
Without shenanigans.
when my parents sold the house I grew up in back in '97, it sold for $135,000.
Well,
That was back in '97.
Yeah, that's a while back ago. Property
yeah, that's
values
pretty
were
good
as
though.
that high.
And then when I had last gone to California, the house was back up for sale, and it was up for sale for around $400,000.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I wonder what it is now if they sold it.
Yeah, go on Zillow, type it in, see what happens.
You know what?
Yeah, because they'll give you an estimate, even if it's not a sale. They'll give you
Yeah.
an estimate.
I'll do that. I'll do that real quick.
Mm-hmm. No, it's insane, and what people don't understand is a lot of it sometimes goes into property taxes above and beyond that, and you can't afford. That's why a lot of people have to sell their farms. A lot of people have to sell their houses and all that. They can't afford the property tax, and I am
Yeah.
100% against property tax.
Yes.
I think property tax is one of the most illegal things there are out of it because you bought that land, correct?
Yep.
Right. And of course, you paid a sales tax for that land,
Yep.
right? Then why do you have to continue paying a tax on the land that you own? Because all that's telling you is you don't own that land. The government is, and
Yep.
you are paying a rent to the government for the privilege of living on your land.
Yeah. That's insane.
That you,
and yeah, you stop making a payment, you'll find out real quick who owns your land.
Ooh, boy. Ooh, boy.
Oh, we're gonna love this, boys and girls. 1.2. That's my guess. 1.2 is my guess.
It's not at $1 million, but the
Oh, it's
estimated
not. Okay.
the estimated price right now is $808,400.
There you go.
Ooh, yeesh.
Take a 50 to 100 grand off for the guesstimate, and ability to actually sell it. So you're looking at a $700,000 property or more.
Well, the thing is the other thing we're leaving out is the bidding war. It goes on the market and how much people want to have that property, and then that will bring things up.
Yeah. I don't factor that into my thinking sometimes because where I'm at, we usually don't have bidding wars. We just have, you put it on the market for 6 months to a year, and maybe you're lucky if somebody wants to buy it.
Right
there, I can see a bidding war. But
yeah, we get bidding wars around my area too, especially outside of the Twin Cities area, because just like California, people are escaping the cities.
Yeah,
for about the same reason. There's a reason why people are leaving Minneapolis. Mayor NIMBY. And we don't want them.
I'm looking at the interior of it, and a lot of it still looks the same. A lot of the tile work that my dad did for the house back in '90 is still there.
Wow. Isn't that nice to know that stuff that your father did is still in existence?
Mm-hmm.
And being used used by people today. Yeah. Because a lot of times people go in there and they want to destroy the whole thing. Like the house I grew up in, they just changed all sorts of stuff around when I saw it on sale. It's like, why do you do that for?
Yeah. I'll show you guys after the stream what the house looks like now, and then I can tell you what it looked like when I lived in it.
That's cool. What's this Den of Thieves 2 Pantera? Is that some sort of, I don't know. Didn't look like it did good.
I haven't really been keeping track of it.
I can't remember who was in that. I've seen an advertisement for that.
Nosferatu doesn't seem. Yeah, Nosferatu doesn't seem to be doing too good.
No.
And
wow.
I'm not surprised that the first Moana movie did well. I'm not surprised this one cracked $1 billion.
Well, it helped that The Rock went out there and personally threatened people if they didn't go to see it. So,
I'm expecting him to show up on my doorstep any day now.
Me too.
Yeah, Nosferatu. I said what I said about it. There were parts of the movie that it felt like it was going to take me out of it because it was going slow.
See, it's your review that caused this, Mike. Even when Cash tried to give it a better review afterwards, no, it was your review because people heed your voice.
Yeah,
No,
it could have made
Baron.
$20
no,
more.
Baron. No, Baron. They did not heed my voice. They just probably roll their eyes and go, whatever, Pacific.
There wasn't enough Ramboing in it. I got bored.
Where's the explosions?
No, I'm usually pretty good when it comes to a movie, even when it has its slow parts. I can still stay into it. But for this movie, there were just parts of it where it's like, okay, you're dragging this part on a little too long. Let's get going. Come on.
Yeah, there's an art to it. There's an art to it.
But for those who liked it, cool. A Complete Unknown, that's that Bob Dylan biopic.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it hasn't performed well at all.
But a lot of times those films, a lot of those biopics sometimes don't do that well. Yeah. A lot.
It all depends on who it is.
Right, it does, and how it's done.
Queen, everybody was on top of Queen. Queen was like the thing.
Mm-hmm. That, Elton
John one, yeah.
You had that Elvis one, or a couple Elvis ones that did pretty good. The one with Joaquin Phoenix, I think did pretty good. Yeah. So, I mean, but overall, but a lot of those biopics don't necessarily do as hot. So, and it's Dylan. How many people do they know who Dylan is? I'm talking about the younger set.
How many people even like Bob Dylan's music?
Weird, dude.
Yeah.
Well, he's a great songwriter. I'm sure they've heard his songs, but he's a horrible singer.
Yeah. And this total's good for a musical.
Yeah.
When you put into context for a musical, this is a good total.
And most of the people who went and watched that are Barbie people.
Or they're big fans of musicals, like my sister.
Or Barbie people.
That said most, not all. And some people who were dragged there by their sister.
Well, I never know what to get my sister for Christmas or even her birthday, and
so suffering is your gift.
It's not the first time I've sat through a musical.
Hey, don't mock a man who bit a bullet. Okay, he is a braver man than us.
He took one for the team. I'm not sure which team took one for him.
Yeah, I'm standing there in the batter's box. The ball comes, and I'm going, I guess I gotta let it hit me.
Yep.
I'm not wearing a helmet.
He on purposely makes sure it gits him in the face. So
just knock me out.
Mike, how you doing? I'm fine. I'll just crawl to the base.
I smell colors.
Yeah, I smell colors.
Hey, look, stars.
That's why Mike has a concave face. It's because one too many. Oh, it's like Coach from Cheers. One too many fastballs to the head.
Yeah.
Ernie Pantuso.
And then Baby Girl. That's only made $31 million. And of course, it's about a CEO who puts her career and family on the line when she begins a torrid affair with a much younger man. It's like, okay,
that's thirsty housewife movie right there.
That's Mike's not going to see it.
No, not my movie. I'm sorry.
Well, unless
Nicole Kidman's getting some boobies out.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing full frontal Kidman. I'm there. I mean, she's done
that's when
times.
you sail the high seas and you keep it from your wife. You just watch it on the computer when she's not around.
Or my wife expects me.
Or if you're watching Far and Away and you see Nicole Kidman, it's like, hey, hi,
hello,
well,
hello there.
Eyes Wide Shut. That one film where she's on the boat.
Oh yeah, Dead Calm, man. Dead Calm was good.
That's the one. Yeah.
That's a nice butt shot.
Yeah, and more. But the thing is Cash wouldn't like it because she's a redhead.
Well, Cash is
Well,
just retarded.
That's his problem. That's his problem, not ours.
Yep.
You hear that, Cash? You're dumb. Okay, redheads are awesome. Just live with it. You can't deny it.
Heads. She's quite
Well,
a Sheila.
That is your weekend box office. It's pretty dismal.
Yeah.
There's not much out there. It's just the pickings are slim here nowadays. I mean, it is right after Christmas, and it's not blockbuster season yet. So
yeah, but you expect it to do better.
I
Really,
would
honestly.
expect something, But like a lot of reshoots, a lot of low budget movies. They're either too afraid to sink money into a movie and doing low budget ones, or they're sinking way too much money into a movie doing reshoots and trying to fix their screw ups that nothing can make money.
Well, yeah, and some of those reshoots really take a lot of reshoots for a film, and it starts costing about as much as doing a new film. If they put some of their money into these lower budget films, right? The money I'm talking about here is advertising. Just to get the word out in one fashion or another. They probably see a lot of good return on their investment, but no, they don't do that, and that's the sad thing. That's what That's how we got some giant hits.
Yeah.
Was you had these lower budget films, they put some advertising out there for it, people went to see it, and then the word of mouth happened afterwards, which is nowadays us.
Well, here's a question I just thought of. I know we always talk about superhero fatigue, and we argue over it incessantly. But what about scary movie fatigue? Here, the past few years, scary movies have been very prevalent. Everybody's going to those because they're cheap to make. They usually make a decent profit. But the last ones aren't making that much money. There's not a lot of people going to them.
Well, I think we've all, and especially Mike has, especially when he was talking about the Aliens films, basically it's the same thing over and over again. They're not doing anything inventive or smart. It's just like you were saying, they're making them fast and cheap because, these things sell. And it's just like the old slasher films. It's basically, there wasn't a difference between one slasher film and the next sequel, except, we're going to put them here this time. Yeah. But it's the same formula. And you can tell what's going to happen, and it gets boring that way. I don't think scary movies in a way are out
of fashion.
Right. It's how they present it. I mean, how many zombie stuff do we need anymore? I mean, they've been running that one into the ground.
Yeah, I'm sick of zombie stuff. I'm sick of it. I'm fatigued on zombie stuff. Okay.
Right. But I mean, can you imagine if someone put something out like American Werewolf in London today? Something that's that original.
Don't give them an idea.
Well, no, I am giving an idea. I want
something like they're just going to reboot it. That's
no, I don't want to reboot, but something like that. Something that really shakes you up. Something goes, wow, just like Halloween did. That was all by itself, or just like Psycho did. I consider that more of a thriller than a horror film, but something like that.
Yeah,
where everyone's talking, it starts reshaping the genre, and that's what you need instead of it's the same thing with all of Hollywood: copy paste, and that's with just about everything. We're going to make a sequel, a reboot, or we're just going to literally steal a concept that's already been used. So
not only that, when they start copy and paste and stuff like that, it making copies usually ends up in degradation.
Right.
So
making copies. Copy rotos. Done it before. Gonna see if people will come to see it again.
Yeah.
Yeah, English Werewolf in America. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, Irish Werewolf in America.
Well, they did try with the American Werewolf in France or Paris. I think it was, I can't remember which one it was. And that was so bad it flopped.
Yeah.
But you had the Howling that got people going. Cat People, which is like Catastrophe Film, but it's now a werewolf one. I mean, you get to see Natasha Kinski. Yeah, you get to see a lot of Natasha Kinski. The Howling. Did I say The Howling? I
You
can't
said
remember
that
if I said The
one.
Howling. Oh, you already said that one. Yeah.
See, like
But
back in the day, or not back in the day, maybe 10 years ago. I can't remember what year it come out, but I like usually pretty popular amongst horror people. It's a low budget Dog Soldiers. That was a
mhm,
good werewolf movie, and it was inventive. It was different. It was
mhm,
it had a twist, at the end. So
mhm,
if they can come up with new ways to tell a story about certain monsters. I like monster movies. I'm a bigger
mhm.
monster movie fan than I am a slasher fan, but I do like my
Right.
Friday 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street stuff. But
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, at least Nightmare on Elm Street actually did have a pretty good cohesive story to it. It was
yeah,
more than just a slasher, where Halloween was. But the thing is when that came out, it was a new thing. It worked for what it was, but it didn't necessarily need to have to take over the genre like it did that type of film. Wes Craven at least switched it up a little bit and really gave us a good story, and of course Robert Englund.
yeah.
But I'm more like I'm like you. Slasher films bore me. They bore me.
They do now. I don't even like watching scary movies nowadays,
Yeah,
to be
I mean,
honest.
unless I see a lot of
Because they're
movies,
not
then I'll watch
scary.
it.
That's the thing. They're
Yeah,
not scary.
Yeah.
yeah, it's so predictable. It's like, okay, this one's gonna go here. This one's gonna, you know, there's gonna only be one left standing at the end, and it's like, and you know who it's gonna be. Um, but if you're gonna do a horror film properly, you really got to mix it up and make you wonder: will this person actually live at the end? You really got to roll the dice on that one, and give them that shock. Um, And I'm not talking about at the end that they get off. Maybe this one character gets off. Now you're dealing with the side effects with the others. You think, oh, this is the one. Boom. But yeah, it's just that you don't have proper people that know how to do horror. Just like anything else, they don't know how to do anything.
I'm
I'll
not
admit,
saying I'd be able to do a good horror movie. I probably wouldn't be able to.
I know I would. I know that's not my forte. I mean, I like horror films, but not as much as a lot of people. Again, I like the Universal Hammer type of stuff.
Hmm.
Uh, and in some ways, I consider some of those as much of a thriller as it is a horror film. But I know there's people out there that we know and respect that are and would do a better job in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat.
Absolutely. Absolutely. More qualified people than any of
Mhm.
us.
Just because I'm saying it doesn't mean I think I can do it better. I'm the first one to sit back and say, nah. I mean, I might be able to do it better than the morons doing it now, but it still suck. A man's got to know his limitations, you know.
Yeah, you do. You have to know your strengths and your weaknesses.
Mhm. Well, thank you,
Oh,
Patty.
oh no, oh no! You didn't make it to the membership that wanted me.
He doesn't like
What
us
am,
no more.
what am I gonna do, man? What am I gonna do, man, to get you to join the member stream?
Ban him. Insta
My,
ban.
my heart's broken, man. It's broken. No, dude, you had already told me you weren't gonna be joining the member stream because you had the games to watch. I don't blame you.
Well,
See,
this is his narcissism. He can't get his attention uh, on the panel, so he's got to do it in the chat to try to get all the attention. It's like, Jiminy Cricket, he's worse than Cash.
but
Oh,
but
Cash, are you out there?
my heart's broken.
Yeah.
Nah.
His head's still too big from his last show on here.
Oh, from being interviewed. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
here he is. Is like, look at me. I finally got interviewed.
You hold that head up.
I got interviewed, and I do not need you pop talkings anymore. Go away now.
I'm moving on to pop culture minefield, leaving y'all behind.
And to back that up with Kitty Bear, and a great movie is a 2-hour film that feels like that you can feel is a 2-hour film, but you're so engrossed you don't care. or a 3-hour film, like Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
You're so engrossed, and it's like, ooh. And then it comes to the end and it goes, damn,
It's over already? Dang
come
it.
on. I have to wait a year? Come on.
Yeah.
But speaking of waiting, well, he never did get to see his beloved Milwaukee Brewers win the World Series, but he was definitely a great ambassador to baseball, and he no longer has to wait for his wings to be an angel in the outfield.
I'm excited as a two-pecker billy goat. Can I say that in the air? I love that line. I love that line.
We have this article from, of course, Thursday from Fox News, and you see it right there. The legendary voice of the Milwaukee Brewers. He was one of the stars of Major League as Harry Doyle, and he also played the Father George on Mr. Belvedere. Bob Uecker passed away on Thursday at the age of 90.
Do we even need to say he was in Major League? I think that's the thing that really gave him a lot of visibility. I mean, I knew of him before
also
that,
the Miller Lite commercials.
Oh yeah, the light.
Really?
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's where I knew
mean,
him first. Because
mhm.
I grew up.
He was
that time. He was, it was he. They found the guy. He was on like every bunch of commercials. It just you saw him all the time.
Well, but you saw everybody on those commercials. You had Mike Dick on there. You had I mean, all across the board. Less filling tastes great. Less filling tastes great. I mean, and he was just comedic gold on those commercials when they had. Well, they all were. They all were. Back when you had actually sports players that were cool like that.
Yeah.
And I think another thing that helped Bob Uecker's notoriety was the fact that he was on the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. But Bob Uecker, great guy, great baseball guy, great voice of the Milwaukee Brewers, and those of you who have been around the channel long enough, you know I'm a Chicago Cubs fan. But one of the things I always appreciated about him was the fact that whenever he's saying "Take me out to the ball game" as a seventh inning guest conductor at Wrigley Field, he would always say when it came to Ford's root for the Cubbies, he would always say, "I'll root for the Brewers. You can root for the Cubs." I always thought that was a nice touch. And of course, in Major League, Harry Doyle, just a bit outside. Oh, shit.
The guy next to him just doesn't care no more.
Yeah. You can't say that.
Oh, who cares? Nobody's watching.
Nobody's watching anyway.
Yeah.
That's a great film. If no one's seen that film, watch it. I'm talking about the first one.
Oh, we will be watching it. We will be watching it.
I'm sure we will.
We will. We will.
No, he was almost that. I think you could sit back and say our generation's Yogi Berra. He didn't have Yogiism, but he was sure quick with a quip or something, and he had that twinkle in his eye. And he would sometimes take you back a little bit with some of the comments and make you have to think. Oh, it's like, whoa, Bob.
Yeah, he wasn't afraid to poke fun at himself, fun at his own career in the majors. But he was inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame as a broadcaster back in 2011. A well-deserved honor.
Did you? I know you saw it, but he was up there taking that acceptance speech. He goes, "Wish I was being put in as a player."
But he had an impact not just on Milwaukee Brewers baseball, but baseball as a whole. He was a true ambassador for the game. And to start out this article, it says Bob Uecker, a legendary baseball broadcaster for the Milwaukee Brewers and former player, has died, the organization announced Thursday. He was 90. Uecker called games for the Brewers since 1971 and appeared in the 1989 movie Major League and the film's two sequels. Uke was the light of the Brewers, the soundtrack of our summers, the laughter in our hearts, and his passing is a profound loss. He was the heart and soul of Wisconsin and a dear friend. Bob loved people. His presence warmed every room. He had a way of welcoming all of us into his world as if we were lifelong friends, the organization said in a statement. Saying goodbye to Bob shakes us all. He was so much more than a Milwaukee Brewers icon. He was a national treasure. Bob entertained us with his words and storytelling, so it is no surprise that his passing now leaves us at a loss for our own words. True, I mean, not only was he an impact for the Milwaukee Brewers, but we mentioned his appearances in the League movies, Mr. Belvedere, the Miller Lite commercials, but he was also a part of WrestleMania.
Hmm.
So actually, a part of two WrestleMania. And it says there's no describing the impact Uke had on so many, and that was his nickname besides Mr. Baseball.
Hmm.
So many, no words for how much he was loved. We are left with a giant void in our hearts, but also remember the laughter and the joy he brought to our lives throughout the years. Euchre's family said in a statement that the broadcaster had battled a private battle with small cell lung cancer since 2023. He brought joy to countless listeners through his wit, charisma, and love for baseball, Milwaukee, and all of Wisconsin, creating a legacy that will forever be cherished, Euchre's family said. While his contributions to the game are noteworthy, it is his kindness, humility, and love for family and friends that we will hold closest to our hearts. We are grateful for the outpouring of love and support during this difficult time as we grieve and celebrate the man we were so lucky to call ours. Euchre was born and raised in Milwaukee and enlisted in the U.S. Army in 1954. He played baseball while he was at Fort Leonard Wood and Fort Belvoir. Euchre joined the Milwaukee Braves organization in 1956 and was in the minors until he got called up in 1962. He played 33 games in his rookie season and hit 250 with two doubles and a home run. He also played for the St. Louis Cardinals and Philadelphia Phillies and Atlanta Braves before his professional baseball career ended in 1967. He was on the Cardinals' 1964 World Series winning team and got himself a ring. Euchre was a broadcaster in Atlanta before doing broadcast for the Brewers. He called games for 54 seasons before his death. He also served as a broadcaster for ABC and NBC during the World Series and League Championship games. He called the Brewers' 1982 World Series loss to the Cardinals for a local Milwaukee station. Health issues ultimately forced him to cut back on games in 2014. He famously signed his first contract with the Brewers organization in 2021 in order to be covered for health insurance. According to MLB.com, Euchre was receiving health benefits under the Screen Actors Guild until the organization discontinued health coverage in 2020. Before all of that, he was working under a series of handshake agreements. That's something that's really gone by the wayside.
Yeah.
It's amazing how you take everything for granted, he told MLB.com of his return to the Brewers spring facility in 2021. Being down there on the field, shooting the bull, then when you can't do it, it's bad. You really lose that. Euchre's popularity soared over the course of his broadcast career. He made dozens of appearances on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. He hosted Saturday Night Live in 1984. Dubbed Mr. Baseball, he won the Wisconsin Sportscaster of the Year 5 times and was inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame in 2011. He also made appearances for WWE at WrestleMania 3 and WrestleMania 4. In one segment with Andre the Giant, choked Uecker. Uecker shared 4 children with his first wife. 2 are still alive. And then I do have a follow-up article that talks about some of his most memorable moments, and of course, it comes from MLB.com.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Barrett, I was almost thinking about doing a box score segment today, but I just felt that maybe I should hold off on that and just pay respect to the man. And
Mm-hmm. Because he's a legend in many ways. Yeah.
yeah. And also, just want to say hello to No More or New More. How do you pronounce that?
More. I can't roll my tongue.
Sometimes I can, sometimes I can't.
More. No, can't do it. Sorry.
Don't gargle. Don't gargle when you're talking.
I know.
And this article is by Dan C. Chalsky. It was posted on, of course, the 16th. And it says, baseball has seen plenty of characters, but surely the all-time leader in laughs above replacement, instead of wins above replacement, it's, how many wins a team will get when you have a certain player because of how they perform at their position, whether it's pitcher, catcher, first baseman, etc. But baseball has seen plenty of characters, but surely the all-time leader in laughs above replacement has to be the unparalleled Bob Uecker. Dubbed Mr. Baseball by none other than the king of late night, Johnny Carson. Uecker didn't confine his wit, antics, and self-deprecating humor to the ballpark or the game broadcast. His IMDb page cites 18 acting credits, all of them coming after his 50th birthday. So let's look back at some of his notable cultural moments away from the ball field. And of course, goes on to list his appearances on The Tonight Show.
Look at that hair.
Yeah. But that was the era. That was the 70s.
Exactly.
You could always identify an era by looking at the clothes and looking at the hairstyle.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the Miller Lite commercials. His Saturday Night Live appearance. Mr. Belvedere. I actually saw him on Mr. Belvedere first before I saw him in Major League. So before I even knew that he was a broadcaster, I thought he was an actor.
Mm-hmm.
Streets on the China never mattered before.
Mm-hmm.
Who cares?
Who cares?
When you drop kick your jacket as you came through the door.
No one dares.
It's funny how that stuff sticks with you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's why television theme songs are important. Why when they decided to get rid of them, it's like, he just lost that earworm or whatever they call that to remembering the TV show, and it's like, oh well, what do they know? More commercials.
Yep.
And I know someone might say, but Mike, you're a Cub fan. You should have known he was a baseball guy. I didn't get into the Cubs until 1988. And even then, it was only Ryan Sandberg. It didn't grow to the rest of the Cubs until a year later. And even then, I was trying to play catch up, learning about different people, different players. And, when I found out that Bob Uecker, the guy I knew from Mr. Belvedere and Major League, was an actual broadcaster, it's like, who knew? But of course, it mentions him as George Owens and Mr. Belvedere.
Mm-hmm.
And he was also on Who's the Boss? It was a cameo.
Mm-hmm, because Tony Danza played an old baseball player.
Mm-hmm. And then, of course, as Harry Doyle in Major League. And I am going to play this. So.
Vaughn into the windup in his first offering. Just a bit outside.
And then, of course, this is him at the Hall of Fame at his induction ceremony.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, he had accomplishments off the field,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm sure he wish he had more accomplishments on the field as a ball player.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, honestly, he was more well known after his career of playing.
Yeah. And let's give him credit. The fact that he was in his 90s and still broadcasting for the team, doing what he loved.
Mm-hmm.
How many of us would love to do that?
No, you would.
Of course. But see, I don't have the voice chops for it.
Mm-hmm.
At least I don't think I do.
You could probably do it, honestly.
I
Part
like
of it's
to
the passion.
I like to pretend that I can broadcast, but
You hear that? This is a pretend show, folks. All pretend.
no. I'm referring to times on the box score when I did the box score on the channel, and I would actually do my own commentary if it looked like the Cubs might have a chance to come back and win a ball game, or they were close to winning a ball game. Then I would do that. Just living out a fantasy.
Oh yeah, like YouTube.
Y'all are not in real life. Everybody in the chat know that this is not real life. You're just imagining. This is all part of Mike's imagination. You're not really here.
No, they're here. It's why I do try to acknowledge everybody that comes in. Let them know that they're welcomed here. I mean, you said it last night, unless you don't know why you come around.
I don't know why he comes around.
We see. Nobody knows. It's a mystery. It's wrapped up in an enigma.
Mm-hmm.
It is what it
Thank
is.
you.
Don't question.
Thank you, Mr. Churchill.
That's right.
I mean, I'll be honest. I don't think I'm anything special.
You see, you
No
set me
comment.
up for some jokes, and I'd feel bad if I did them.
Yeah, I'm biting my tongue. Mm-hmm.
No, but I'm serious when I say that. I don't think I'm anything special.
Well, you don't. Yeah, none of us are, to be honest. I mean, obviously, they're only special in God's eyes, and that's as far as it goes.
Our bus riding. I'm one of those specials.
Short bus ride. Yeah, we know.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I'm not kidding. I rode the short bus. So. Yeah.
So did I, Baron. So did I.
Mm-hmm.
I made fun of the kids that rode a short bus. Does that count?
Yes.
Okay. Just
Fully.
making sure. No, I mean, obviously we can't get big heads doing this, or and nobody really needs to get a big. I mean, even the big guys, I know some of them do, and they usually get found out. They usually just get ridiculed for being egotistical, I would say, and nobody wants that. Nobody likes that. It's unattractive. It's unappealing. And when people get like that, it's a big giant turnoff. Flip switch.
Boy,
So
you want to know how many women said that about me?
I know. If I had a dollar for every one, right?
Yeah.
You buy
If I had a
that
dime,
at a dime. Jeez. Can buy me a soda.
I'd be. If I had a dime for every time I heard that from women, I tell you, it just I know what would happen.
Ah! It's not a liquid! It's a great many pieces of solid matter that form a hard floor-like surface! Ah!
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of coin.
Yeah.
Yep. It's a lot of coin. But yeah, I mean, I come on here and I give you me. 100% me.
Can we get it in exchange?
No, too late for that.
The warranties run out. Dang it.
Yeah. The warranty has run out. The parts, well, they're ward.
Parts are no longer available.
Just have
No,
to
not-
keep
not-
You gotta go
Jerry
to the
in.
junkyard.
Not for a late 70s model.
You gotta go down to the junkyards and get the.
Baling
I
wire
love.
and duct tape.
I love hearing the stories how people who got beaten up on, and whether they're playing football or fighting or whatever. Yeah, I got a cadaver part here, and it's like, now that's going to a boneyard. Seriously, that's going to the junkyard to get your parts.
It's terrible.
It is. Just saying.
But we're not done with the sad news, unfortunately, because we also lost a directing legend.
Mm-hmm.
And, say what you will about the 1984 Dune, I could still watch it, no problem.
Oh, hell yeah.
I've seen it. Still, I mean, more than one time. So, it's got replay value. I liked it.
Yeah.
I'm not a Dune fan for the books. I can't read the books. I'm not a big book reader, to be honest, fair. But Dune would have been at the very bottom of that list as far as how it's written. No. I'm a visual guy. Sorry, Baron. Visual.
There's nothing wrong with being a visual guy.
Nothing wrong with that. No. Men usually.
Come on.
So we have this article from Variety. It's by Chris Morse, and it was posted on the 16th. And it says here, David Lynch, visionary director of Twin Peaks and Blue Velvet, dies at 78.
She wore blue velvet. Do. Yeah. That song got some play in that movie.
Yeah. Director and writer David Lynch, who radicalized American film with a dark, surrealistic, artistic vision in films like Blue Velvet and Mulholland Drive, and network television with Twin Peaks, has died. He was 78. Lynch revealed in 2024 that he'd been diagnosed with emphysema after a lifetime of smoking and would likely not be able to leave his house to direct any longer. His family announced his death in a Facebook post, writing, "There's a big hole in the world now that he's no longer with us." But as he would say, keep your eye on the donut and not the hole. I like that. I do. I like that.
Yeah, when you're eating a donut, you're not focusing on the hole, right?
Right.
Trying to get that
unless you're
ring in your
eating
mouth.
donut holes.
The Twin Peaks TV show and films such as Blue Velvet, Lost Highway, and Mulholland Drive melded elements of horror, film noir, and whodunit and classical European surrealism. Lynch wove tales not unlike those of his Spanish predecessor, Luis Buñuel, which proceeded with their own interpretable logic, impenetrable logic, sorry. I said I didn't sleep well last night. So if I make more flubs than usual, I apologize.
No, you're on your normal average right now.
Yeah, Mike got him a hooker last night, so he's just bear with him.
I didn't know he played rugby.
It's a pastime.
Well,
It-
yeah,
It's a
wow.
hobby.
I mean, you always need to have a hooker if you have a scrum. That's all I got to say.
A four-time Oscar nominee, Lynch received an honorary Oscar for his lifetime achievement in 2020. After years spent as a painter and a maker of short animated and live-action films, Lynch burst into the scene with his 1977 feature debut, Eraserhead, a horrific, black-humored work that became a disturbing fixture on the midnight movie circuit. His auteur,
A
and
tour, I think.
well, I'm trying, Baron. I'm trying.
No, I'm helping. I'm helping.
An uncompromising style quickly won the attention of the Hollywood and international movie making establishment. He was hired by Mel Brooks' production company to write and direct Elephant Man, a deeply affecting drama about a horrifically deformed sideshow freak in Victorian England who became a national celebrity. The feature captured 8 Academy Award nominations, including Lynch's first for Best Director.
Should have probably gotten it. And that's another thing a lot of people don't realize. Mel Brooks's film company makes some very serious films.
Yeah, they
did The Fly, did this one. Yeah, everyone just thinks of him as Mr. Humor, but yeah, his production company. And that was John Hurt as the. I'm trying to remember. Was he John Merrick in the film? It was the one. There was 2 names you always hear: Joseph and then John. One was his real one. One was from the movie. So, but last name was Merrick. His portrayal of Merrick in that film. Ooh.
Goes on to say he found less success with his 1984 adaptation of Frank Herbert's sprawling science fiction novel Dune. The production, made on a budget of $40 million during an arduous 3-year shoot, was a colossal box office flop. However, Lynch rebounded from the disaster with 2 films that defined his mature style. Blue Velvet in 1986, a frightening hell ride through the psychosexual underbelly of a small American town, and sexed up violent road movie Wild at Heart in 1990, which was honored at the Cannes Film Festival's Palme d'Or.
Yeah, I mean, what's his name again? Oh, he was an easy writer. I got him, but that revived his career, but made me have a mental block on the name. Him in there with his oxygen tank on Blue Velvet, and it's like, it's like that was a freaky film. But if you want a freaky film, watch Blue Velvet.
In 1990, he revolutionized American episodic TV with Twin Peaks, a series he created with writer Mark Frost. with action springing from the investigation of a high school girl's mysterious murder in a Washington lumber mill town. The weekly ABC show plumbed disquieting their well theretofore taboo subject matter and made the inexplicable. Come on, Mike. You know what? Fuck it.
Mhm.
Inexplicable.
I can usually say, but today I'm just inexplicable. Well, you know what? Just stop, Mike.
We know
Mental
what
Stop.
it
prick.
is.
Mental
Yeah.
prick.
Just stop, you pathetic piece of shit.
Oh, just be better for yourself.
Hey, we all
A
have those days.
fixture of modern narrative television. A major hit in its first season, Twin Peaks lost its momentum and ultimately its audience in year two. However, it spawned a feature-length prequel, 1992's over-the-top Twin Peaks Fire Walk With Me. 25 years later, the ongoing affection of a loyal cult of viewers sparked a limited-run third season for Showtime that picked up where the second season left off.
Yeah,
Later in
Twin
his
Peaks needed to be a limited series. It really did.
yeah,
Because how are you going to keep that momentum up from week to week? By the way, Dennis Hopper. Dennis Hopper is the name, if I remember. But yeah, I mean, that was. Oh, I don't know if people know exactly what type of response that show had. Twin Peaks. It was one that was everybody was talking about, literally.
hey there, Blazerhawk. How are you doing?
There he is.
Later in his career, in such features as Lost Highway in 1997, Mulholland Drive, which won him the Best Director Award at Cannes in 2001, and Inland Empire in 2006, Lynch flexed a superheated style that pivoted on plots emphasizing double personalities, unexplained transformations, and shocking acts of violence. The quiet yet quirky, The Straight Story, 1999, harkened back to the more reserved, emotional pull of The Elephant Man.
Yeah, that was definitely a change of his directing style in that one.
Well, Lynch said, imagine if you did find a book of riddles and you could start unraveling them. But they were really complicated. Mysteries would become apparent and thrill you. We all find this book of riddles, and it's just what's going on. And you can figure them out. The problem is, you figure them out inside yourself, and even if you told somebody, they wouldn't believe you or understand it in the same way you do. In addition to his honorary Oscar, Lynch's one of a kind career was acknowledged by a special award shared with his frequent star Laura Dern at the 2007 Independent Spirit Awards and a Golden Lion at the 2006 Venice Film Festival. He was born on January 20th, 1946 in Missoula, Montana. His father was a research scientist for the Department of Agriculture, and his perp. Let's see.
I don't even know how to say that.
I don't know how to say it because I haven't seen this word before. So you know what?
It's variety trying to look smart.
I'm going to use the Google machine.
Ooh, there we go.
Peripatetic?
I don't
I don't
even
know
know
what that
word
means.
means.
No.
See, hey, at least we admit it. A lot of the others don't.
Yeah, peripatetic. Thank you. And that's even what Braves says how you pronounce it.
What does it mean?
Let me get to that part.
It's just it's a fancy word for redneck.
Walking about or from place to place or traveling on foot. of
Mm.
or relating to the philosophy or teaching methods of Aristotle, who conducted discussions while walking about.
They're
Okay.
wanderers. They're totally
Well,
wanderers.
yeah, I mean, well, you could just say that. For
They were
those of us
gypsies.
who are laymen, wh- what is it in layman's terms?
They're gypsies.
Yeah, I was thinking
But
the same thing. For those of us that are not even to the layman level, this is what it means.
yeah, and his peripatetic family lived in the Plain States, the Pacific Northwest, and the Southwest before settling in Alexandria, Virginia, where Lynch attended high school. An indifferent student, Lynch focused on painting. 1 year stay at the School of the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston, excuse me, and an abortive trip to Europe with his friend Jack Fisk, later a noted Hollywood production designer, were succeeded by his enrollment at Philadelphia, Pennsylvania Academy of the Fine Arts in 1965. Living in a forbidding Philly neighborhood with his first wife and infant daughter, Jennifer, later a director herself, Lynch began to dabble in film, directing the animated shorts Six Men Getting Sick, Six Times, and The Alphabet.
Interesting name of a film.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I wanted to see it, but it sounds interesting.
It's a cartoon. Let's watch it.
Well, do you want to see six men getting sick?
6 times.
Yeah, 6 times. Yeah.
The Grandmother, 1970, a combination of animation and live action, was filmed with money obtained from a grant by the newly founded American Film Institute. In 1971, Lynch moved to Los Angeles to study filmmaking at the AFI's Conservatory for Advanced Film Studies, headquartered in the former Doning Mansion in Beverly Hills. Beginning in 1972, Lynch began work on a feature at the AFI inspired by his bleak years as a print engraver and struggling artist in Philadelphia. A 21-page initial script began to take shape. Lynch would later say he had no memory of writing it. Over the course of the next 5 years, he made the film with several collaborators who would remain constants in his career, including sound designer Alan Spelt, cinematographer Frederick Elms, and actor Jack Nance. I do want to say hello to Phil McCracken, who says, I blame Anonymous, making it hard on Mike. He bad on Japanese. Now Mike is getting perplexed.
Protect.
Well,
Like,
whatever. I'm
I think
done
Bill's
with that.
bad on English.
I I'm done with that word anyway.
Well, Phil didn't even know what that
I,
word meant until you brought it up. So
again, this is perfect for me today, especially today.
Me fail English? That's impossible.
As soon as it plays it,
I think Philly failed English too, so you're in good company.
hmm
um, excuse me, Phil. Excuse me.
I have no idea what you're saying. So
I don't know. It's Philisms. I'm still trying to decipher what they mean, and
hmm
I can't find any text that'll help translate.
Where's my secret decoder ring?
hmm
Okay, let's see. He was working on a 21-page initial script, began to take shape. He had no memory of writing it. I'm just trying to get back to where it was. Frederick
Thanks,
Ellis, Jack
Phil.
Nance. Shot laboriously. cheaply and on the fly for 5 years. Eraserhead was released by indie distributor Libra Films International in 1977. The disquieting black and white film followed the psychological descent of its malodorant hero, Henry Spencer Nance, after the birth of his monstrously malformed baby. I thought it was just Frankenstein.
I think this guy owned the thesaurus.
Critics were decidedly alarmed by the picture when it premiered at LA's Film X in 1977. Excuse me. But it took on a commercial life of its own when Libra opened the picture at midnight screenings in New York, San Francisco, and Los Angeles. Lynch would frequently appear at LA screenings, admonishing his mystified audiences, "Don't ask about the baby."
Okay.
One enthusiastic viewer at a midnight show at LA's New Art Theater was Stuart Cornfield, a producer at Mel Brooks Films. He urged Brooks to employ Lynch, and after viewing Eraserhead, Brooks offered the director a job. For his project, Lynch took on the story of John Merrick, whose sensational life story had already inspired Bernard Pomerantz's hit 1977 play. The film version of The Elephant Man was an entirely new enterprise, co-written by Lynch and starring a heavily made-up John Hurt as the sensitive Merrick, Anthony Hopkins as the London hospital surgeon who became his guardian, and Brooks' wife, Anne Bancroft, as a sympathetic West End stage star. The Elephant Man had a powerful emotional impact and became a box office and critical hit. Lynch received Oscar nods as Best Director and for Best Adapted Screenplay, with the film also taking a nomination for Best Picture. The triumph led to a multiple picture deal with Dino De Laurentiis. The sprawling space opera Dune, about galactic family dynasties warring over possession of space travel, spice mine on a desert planet, had already defeated project adaptations by Alejandro Jodorowsky.
Jodorowsky, I believe.
Oh,
Jodorowsky.
I tried, man. I tried.
Yeah. Oh, it's hard. It's hard, but I think the only reason why I know is because I've heard it said several times. Even I have a problem trying to say that name, Jodorowsky. Yeah, Jodorowsky. Yeah, whatever.
And released Scott when Lynch took on the material. Filmed laboriously on Mexican sound stages with an enormous international cast, Dune sported an unusual Flash Gordon meets Antonio Gaudi production design, a memorable gallery of demented Lynchian villains, and the director's trademark amniotic visuals. I probably said that wrong.
Well,
I know
I think
big words.
I think they're also missing the fact that some of the designs were inspired by Geiger, H.R. Geiger.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, this is variety. They're too busy trying to be fancy.
The picture satisfied no one, both audiences attuned to boisterous heroics of Star Wars and impatient critics rejected Lynch's contorted, confusing, and harshly digestive reading of Herbert's novel, and the film tanked on arrival. Well, they tried to cram too much into it. That was
Right.
the main problem with it. Trying to put too much of the book series into one single movie instead of spreading it out over multiple movies like they're doing now.
Well, the thing about that gets even more convoluted. See, I can use big words. Is the fact that you had when it was released on television, they put extended scenes in there that weren't in the original Dune, which I think helped make it even more understanding. Was and filled in a lot of blanks, making it a better film. including a nicer opening than what they had with just having Princess Erline just fading in and out talking about everything, and he didn't like it because he was not involved in it, which of course made Lynch kind of ticked off. So he his name taken off of that, and it's now called the Alan Smithy, because that's usually the name that's used by a director that's not happy with what the studio did with his work. But I like it. I think it really makes the film even flow even better. Some people don't, but I do.
Yeah. Goes on to say Lynch later told Chris Rodley that at the conclusion of the ordeal, I was almost dead. Almost dead. However, Lynch's second film with De Laurentiis defined the contours of his mature style. Blue Velvet starred Kyle MacLachlan, who had played the messianic hero of Dune as a small-town boy who is plunged into a whirlpool of sexual violence, murder, and sadism. You know what? Stop it.
Sadomasochism.
Baron takeover.
Sadomasochism. But the whole
You
thing?
didn't even say it right.
I said sadomasochism.
Welcome to Pop Talk, where we see words that we're not familiar with and we can't pronounce them worth shit.
You get what you pay for around here, boys. Okay.
SM. The SM and BDSM. There you go. How's that help, folks?
There you go.
Yeah. But okay. If you want me to read this, let me get this pulled up on.
Yeah, hold on. I'm getting you the freaking link, dude. I'm getting the freaking link.
I got it already. You had it available out there. See, because I'm on it.
Of course, I always had to try and have the link out there for anybody.
Yeah, see, I can do it. I'm capable. So where do we leave off? Sadomasochism. Okay. Okay, there's that. I gotta find it now. Oh my! The grandmother. Okay. Did I go too far? Twin Peaks.
Here. I'll just keep mine up on the screen and
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Go down where it says featuring a potent cast.
Yep. I can't believe we read this much, or that you read this much. Featuring a potent cast that included Isabella Rossellini, with whom Lynch became involved romantically, you lucky bastard.
Lucky.
Laura Dern.
You lucky dog, you.
Yep. Dean Stockwell, and most notably, Dennis Hopper as its deranged, out-of-control villain. Blue Velvet polarized critics, but it cemented Lynch's reputation as a fearless and daring film author. The film was the start of his collaboration with composer Angelino Badalamenti.
You butchered that, Phil. Get him.
Now you've offended Phil.
Good. I don't care. 4 years, and of course, like I said earlier, that helped revive Dennis Hopper's career as well. 4 years later, the Lynch style was brought to the small screen with Twin Peaks, starring Kyle MacLachlan as eccentric FBI agent Dale Cooper, who enjoys a good cup of joe, by the way. And the series used the investigation of the murder of a homecoming queen, Laura Palmer, as a springboard into a swirling narrative vortex involving sexual intrigue, drug addiction, prostitution, madness, and demonic possession. TV audience tuned in to track the mystery and remained for the series' complexly interwoven characters and perverse, at times supernatural plot twists. The show's first season scored 14 Emmy nominations, including nods for Lynch for writing and directing the pilot, but declining rankings after the drawn-out revelation of Palmer's Did I say ratings? What did I say?
You said rankings.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ratings. I meant to say ratings, but I said rankings. My mouth don't know me. After the drawn-out run of Palmer's Killer and Lynch's diminishing participation due to production of a new feature led to a cliffhanging wrap-up at the end of season 2. However, the Twin Peaks saga had legs, Actress Cheryl Lee was brought back from the dead to play Laura Palmer in Twin Peaks Fire Walk with Me, which tracked the fateful last week of Palmer's life in lurid, screaming detail. And Showtime cable audiences were baffled anew by 2017's much belated third season, which reunited McLaughlin and several members of the original cast. Yeah, one thing I found interesting about Fire Walk with Me, they were in a club. He made sure the music was loud, the actors were speaking, but because the music was so loud, he had subtitles for it, kind of giving it a sense of realism. I found that interesting. The truest legacy of Twin Peaks may have been its impact to the development of unusually long form episodic series, successors ranging from Wild Palms, boy, that's kind of close to Twin Peaks, to True Detective, all bore Lynch's distinct stylistic fingerprints. Onwards, we're stolen, folks. Lynch's first features after Twin Peak, 1990's Wild at Heart, was an oddball exodus based on a novel by Barry Gifford, in which an Elvis-fixated ex-con, Nicolas Cage, who else, and his hot-to-trap girlfriend, Laura Dern, well, she was back then, are pursued by the murderous minion of the girl's jealous mother, Dern's own mother, Diane Ladd, who was a hottie in her day. Domestic reaction was mixed to the gory, sexually frank mix of The Tour and The Wizard of Oz, but the cons jury was wild. You know, I have a sneaky feeling this guy was into some kinky shit. Just saying. Lynch's association with Gifford. Yeah. Lynch's association with Gifford continued with Lost Highway, for which the two collaborated on an original screenplay, a doppelganger murder mystery that foreshadowed Mulholland Drive. The disquieting, brutally effective thriller starred Bill Pullman, Mr. Sloan, Balthazar Getty, Balthazar, yeah. Who names their kid Balthazar?
It's Balthazar.
And yeah,
played in
the Three Magi,
Lord of the Flies.
Yeah, and Patricia Arquette as the players in a homicidal foursome. This guy had sexual issues. I wonder what his dungeon looked like at home after spending most of the decade. I'm just curious enough, but I'd be afraid to bring a black light in there. I might get blinded. After spending most of the decade on the far side of narrative coercion, Lynch came back down to earth with The Straight Story, the first feature in which he took no hand in writing, and the encouragingly Disney distributed picture. Can you imagine that? Him doing a Disney film. Based on the true story, Richard Farnsworth, rest his soul, starred as an Iowa man who drives from Iowa to Wisconsin on a power mower and visited his seriously ill brother. I mean, the real story, because obviously it's up by our area, Iowa, Wisconsin. And I think he went through Minnesota. I could be wrong. That was a big story up here, and then they made a movie into it.
Did he happen to be a water boy for a football team?
No.
Okay,
just an old cranky farmer who wanted to see his brother, and he didn't have a driver's license, so he used his lawnmower with a little trailer he put up to it.
Okay.
Though not a major hit, the film was critically well received and proved to Lynch's naysayers that he was capable of bringing life to material that was not extravagantly outrageous. Farnsworth received an Oscar nomination for his performance, which he should have gotten. The veteran actor and stuntman who was suffering from terminal prostate cancer during the production of the film died by suicide in 2000. And a large version of a prospective pilot for a new TV series became what may have been Lynch's most widely acclaimed film, and a defining summation of the filmmaker's themes and narrative obsessions. Mulholland Drive, well, you got screen themes out there, served a darkly satirical comment on the ways of Hollywood in the story a young actress, Naomi Watts, whose relationship with an amnesic stranger, Laura Ellen Herring, became a Hall of Mirrors story of manipulation, betrayal, in suicide. Lynch was nominated for a 2002 Best Director Oscar. Some of the same themes came to the fore in Inland Empire. Well, it's basically his forte, folks. Lynch's first film to be shot entirely on digital video, with Laura Dern starring as an on-the-skids actress involved in typical Lynchian psychic disorder. Owing to its format, still a relative rarity theatrically in 2007, the 3-hour feature was little seen after its 2007 premiere at the Venice Film Festival. I actually really never knew about it, to be honest with you. In
As far as I'm
2022,
hearing about it.
yeah, sounds interesting. In 2022, he appeared as John Ford in Steven Spielberg's The Fabelmans, and also provided the voice of the mad scientist in Robot Chicken. How apropos. Beyond his work in film and TV, Lynch exhibited his paintings internationally and issued many solo and collaborative albums of music. He contributed to a weekly comic strip, The Angriest Dog in the World, the alternative weekly, The Los Angeles Reader, for 8 years. His wry, deadpan weather reports were aired daily on the LA rock station Indie 103.1 for several years and continued on social media. Now, I would have loved to have heard that. A devotee of transcendental meditation from the 1970s, he established his David Lynch Foundation to promote the Eastern practice and enlisted such stars as Paul McCartney, Ringo Starr, and Donovan for fundraising concerts. And Andy Kaufman was part of the TM movement as well, but he got kicked out because of his wild antics. True story. Despite persistent rumors of new feature and TV projects after Twin Peaks came to an end in 2017, Lynch focused on making music videos and composing music with collaborators, including Chris DeBell. It kind of reminds me of when Chris Griffin became Christopher Bell or whatever, the designer. He offered his name to the David Lynch Graduate School of Cinematic Arts at Maharishi University and a line of coffee beans and designed
Silencio.
Thank you very much. Nightclubs in Paris.
There's a word I can pronounce.
No, there you go.
Yay!
He did it. Yay!
Woo! Yeah. Lynch was married 4 times. He is survived by 2 daughters and a son. The first reference to David Lynch in Variety came in the December 6, 1968 edition of Daily Variety, and a story noting that he had received a $5,000 grant from the American Film Institute for his short film, The Grandmother. And as you can see, that's right there. And $5,000 back then was a sum of money. And I'm sure a lot of people also know that he was actually tapped to do Return of the Jedi before he decided to go off and do Dune as well. So that would have been interesting to see him doing Return of the Jedi.
Well, it probably would have been Leia and Han doing it doggy style somewhere. And
as an Ewok goes by talking backwards.
Right. And then Luke would see this and then commit suicide.
Well, I was going to say, do you think, say he had directed Return of the Jedi, or at the time, Revenge of the Jedi, before it was changed to Return of the Jedi, do you think it might have been a darker movie, even darker than Empire?
It might have had its moments, but I think you would have seen much more stories about him butting heads with Lucas.
Yeah. I don't know if Lynch could get away with directing Ewoks. And I don't think it's a movie for him. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, let's be 100% honest here. Return of the Jedi was Lucas's sellout film. He sold out a better story originally planned for Ewoks because he wanted to have the kids gain teddy bears. He was in his full merchandising phase at that time. Lynch himself was and I think he always had been in his serious filmmaking mindset. And he wanting to really push the story. I think he could have done not a David Lynch-ish film because he's playing another person's uh, sandbox, but just like Irvin Kershner brought his uh, quirks. I don't quirks is the wrong word, but his style, but keeping it to the Star Wars flavor. He would have done that. I think there would have been a little bit more darkness to it, especially on the Death Star between the Emperor and Luke. That could have been absolutely spectacular. But basically, Marquand, how we pronounce his last name, who did Jedi, unfortunately, he was just basically a shadow director. Lucas was basically doing all the directing behind the scenes and telling him what to do. He was like a puppet director, sadly. So I think that would have been, it could have been interesting. I think there would have been more stories about the fights than anything else.
Well, if that's the case, then he could have kept Lucas grounded a little bit better.
Yeah, I think so.
Like the other ones did for the other movies, like his wife and whatnot.
Yeah, and Gary Kurtz. Yeah, Gary Kurtz really did that. Did that thing, and that's why he left. He could have been on Return of the Jedi, but he left because of Lucas going into his full merchandising instead of doing a serious filmmaking. But it also leads to the next question. He went on to do Dune, right? So say he did do Return of the Jedi, and then the magic word there, Ridley Scott. Can you imagine Ridley Scott doing Dune?
Back then, yeah, it might have been better, but nowadays, no.
Well, I don't know. I think you take a look at Blade Runner and Alien and some of the others.
Like I said, back then.
Yeah. No, I'm not talking about Ridley Scott of today. I'm talking about Ridley Scott back in the day.
Oh, yeah, in the day.
Everything when I talk about this stuff, I'm talking about in the day because we all know that stars tarnish. And yeah, that could have been an interesting era if certain little things would have gone different. Really.
Need a what if for Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
What if Ridley Scott made Dune? What if David Lynch made Return of the Jedi?
Well, they talk about alternative universes all the time. That there's always one. Can you imagine we're able to just kind of do a little hop, skip, and jump and find a universe where that happened and bring those videos back, our books or whatever? My God, that would be fantastic. That would be absolutely fantastic.
What if Eric Stoltz really did get the role of Marty McFly?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we saw a little bit. Who knows? Maybe he would have improved. Maybe. You never know. I mean, we only saw like the first days, and what if he was been hit over the head a few times, and what if what's his name, Glover, didn't screw up like he did and was able to do, the other
rest
two
of the films. Yeah. Or
Well,
what if he
also,
wasn't insane?
Crispin Glover had his own issues at the time, and that's why he was never part of Part 2 and Part 3.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh yeah, he had his issues. I mean, even when he was on the talk show, he got kicked off because he was it Letterman? I think it was Letterman that he flaked out completely on. I can't remember, but I know that was one of the situations. But yeah, I mean, I'd love if it is true that there's a string of different Earths out there, and if there's a way we could just kind of hop over and see, or maybe one of them come over and say, hey, we got a bunch of these movies here. You might want to see these.
Yeah, we'll get pirated movies from other universes.
Yeah, why not?
we got Earth's 4242 version of Back to the Future.
Well,
yeah.
Why not get a 52's version of Star Trek V with Sean Connery as Cyborg?
Yeah.
There you go.
Can you imagine that?
That'd be weird.
We always sit back and dream, what if this person, this person was up for the role? What would happen if they had it? It's like,
what if Harrison Ford wasn't Indiana Jones?
Yeah, what if it was Tom Selleck?
My Blu-ray collection would expand exponentially.
Oh, you know who would literally be who would literally die in a collapse of DVDs because it fell off the wall, and it had happened to him a couple times before. 24/7 Fusion Media. I can see his, if that happened, his library would just be huge. I'd be blowing that shit up, man. And you know what'd be great? No copyright. They'd be
That's
open
right.
domain because you didn't do this.
Speaking of Edge, this last story here, it's Edge.
Oh, one
Yeah.
last thing. Ghostbusters with John Belushi. Back to you, Mike.
Yeah.
We're going to stop woke. Woke is bullshit.
They just can't stop. Wow. People are happy. Whoa, look at that.
Way to pick up on that, Baron. Thank you, brother.
Yeah,
Captain
no problem.
Obvious.
Battle attack. Battle attack. He's Captain Obvious.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you have TDS, please
Go away.
Yeah, this time you either go or take your meds. Okay.
Yeah. So, this is an article from Cosmic Book News by Matt McGloin, which was published, well, a day ago at the time, but it was published on Friday, because that's when I found it.
He's late. I mean, look at him. He just, come on, man. Matt.
But it says Trump tabs John Voight, Mel Gibson, and Sylvester Stallone as his special ambassadors to revive Hollywood. That's right. I'm going to revive it. It's going to be the greatest it's ever been.
Everybody knows it. Great again.
I love how they found out. At least how Mel found out, at least.
So it says Donald Trump is wasting no time shaking things up ahead of his presidency. And let me just get the link out there to everybody real quick. You know, get the link to one of the greatest articles you'll ever see. Everybody knows that once you read this article, it'll open up your mind.
It's huge, huge. And in no way associated with China. I missed the way you said China.
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 Put a va right in the middle, right in the front of it.
It's like, Baron, you're a racist for doing that. No.
Like, so there you go. The link to the greatest article you'll ever read today. But as it says, Donald Trump is wasting no time shaking things up ahead of his presidency and inauguration on Monday. In a big announcement, Trump has appointed Hollywood legends John Voight, Mel Gibson, and Sylvester Stallone as special ambassadors to tackle the challenges facing Tinseltown. The trio will serve as Trump's eyes and ears in Hollywood, with the mission of reviving the struggling entertainment industry and ushering in a new golden age. Mm-hmm. What did the Donald say? What did he say that had Hollywood shaking in their heels? Posting on Truth Social, Trump said the following on Thursday. It is my honor to announce John Voight, Mel Gibson, and Sylvester Stallone to be special ambassadors to a great but very troubled place, Hollywood, California. They will serve as special envoys to me for the purpose of bringing Hollywood, which has lost much business over the last 4 years to foreign countries, back bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Sorry, we see it like that. How can you not do it in a Trump voice?
Because I'm bad at it. That's why.
I'm not that good at it either, but I still
better than me. Better than me.
These three very talented people will be my eyes and ears, and I will get it done what they suggest. It will again be like the United States of America itself, the golden age of Hollywood. And goes on to say, what does Trump mean? When Trump says that Hollywood has lost much business over the last 4 years to foreign countries, he is likely referring to the trend of U.S. film and television productions relocating abroad due to tax breaks that attract Hollywood projects. Take the recent iteration of Star Trek under Kurtzman.
Hmm.
Where did they film most of those shows? In British Columbia.
Vancouver. Yeah.
Yeah. It goes on to say this movement, often termed as runaway production, occurs when projects are filmed outside the country. Factors contributing to this shift include attractive tax incentives, lower production cost, and the availability of skilled labor in other nations. What are examples? For instance, countries like the United Kingdom, Australia, and Canada have successfully attracted major productions by offering substantial financial incentives. In the UK, tax breaks have drawn Disney to film all of its Star Wars movies there, Marvel to shoot its next Avengers movies. Fantastic Four was recently filmed in the UK, and Warner Brothers filmed The Batman in the UK. Amazon also filmed Rings of Power, the most expensive TV show in history and the most boring TV show in history,
NBS show. Yeah.
Retarded.
in the UK and New Zealand. Movies filmed or filming in Australia include Thor Ragnarok, Voltron, Elvis, and the last two Godzilla movies. Let's see.
But
Canada.
Godzilla isn't ours. Godzilla's Japanese.
I know that. You know that.
Who was
But
it?
it's probably referring to the Warner Brothers release, like Godzilla versus
Oh,
Kong.
okay. I'm thinking like Godzilla minus one or whatever it's called. Yeah, I mean those are Japanese. But okay, I see where you're coming from. I see where you're coming
Yeah. It says Canada, particularly Vancouver, is well known for TV productions, including the CW's DC series, while Toronto is recognized for hosting productions like The Boys, one of the most popular shows on Amazon Prime Video. According to what Trump says above, he wants to bring back American TV and film productions to the U.S.
from. Yeah.
Oh, you can't blame him.
No. I mean, we've always had that where you had people filming outside of the United States. Sometimes it's because they're a smaller operation. The movie Highlander, except for some scenes that they did in New York on the streets and such, was filmed in England. The big fight in the beginning, where Connor McLeod meets Fazil and beheads him in that car park and all the cars. That was actually a farmers market in England that they filmed that in. But then again, you think about what the budget of Highlander was. It was just easier to go to England, get some either expats or people who are just in England because they needed Americans on to do films over there, uh, and of course import a few. Uh, you can understand that, but of course Lucas, he was doing everything out of UK until the last two Star Wars films that he did, the prequel, which were done down in Australia.
Hmm.
Lord of the Rings, for many reasons, out of New Zealand, but there was a lot of reasons behind that too. But yeah, Vancouver has always been kind of, and they made it known they wanted to be like Canada's Hollywood. TV shows like, of course, you said the Imitation Treks, Star Treks series that they're doing. Uh, Highlander was filmed up there. Several movies. I think the movie Millennium was up there with Chris Christopherson. The reason why I bring that up is part of the scenes was supposed to take place in Minneapolis, and it's like, no, that's not Minneapolis. Uh, but this, I know Florida trying to get a Hollywoodish thing going down there. I don't know how well that's going now, but Burt Reynolds filmed this Evening Shade series down there, and some of the game shows that were filmed down there. Uh, Heck, when what was that? Where they did the drawing, on the boards and all that. That actually started out in in Burt Reynolds' actual house until they made a set and recreated it there. Yeah, we're sorely losing all this. And another problem is when they do go to film to make these movies, some of the places they go to, and The Simpsons even made fun of that, they try to gouge everybody when they come in there. They figure, oh, we can gouge these film companies coming in, which is the wrong thing to do. That's not the most welcoming thing. And if you want people to come back, you don't do that. You just don't do that. But the greed overtakes. I know Minneapolis tried becoming a little bit of a Hollywood. We had some major films in Minnesota here, like The Straight Story. I think some of that was filmed in Minnesota. But you had Love Story way back in the day. They filmed that here, and of course Jingle All the Way. Right down the streets of Minneapolis. But yeah, we need to bring it back. And how can Hollywood be against this? How can actors and actresses be against this? It'll only bring more business back here. People who are working with the production companies, the electricians, the lighting, the sound, everything there. Who wouldn't be for this? It'll definitely bring jobs back to Hollywood and maybe build up some more entertainment meccas inside the United States. I don't want everything just to be in Hollywood. Let there be like Florida building things up, or even Texas. I mean, we talked about it the other day, how Joe Rogan is trying to get a comedy mecca started. I don't know if that was his major intent, but it sounds like that's happening because he's drawing in comic talent from all over to come down to where he's living. I think it's Austin, right? And that's just it. I mean, we don't want them to flee the United States, but they can flee Hollywood if they want to. And let's build it. Well, all it's going to do is make things even better. New Mexico's got a film commission. We know that from the last couple of years because of a certain thing that someone whose name sounds like Alec Baldwin did something down there. And of course, New York. I mean, how much stuff is filmed in New York? Well, let's bring it back home. Let's bring it back home. I mean, even though Lucas was filming around the world and in England, his special effects were done here.
Yeah. Sometimes you have to shoot on location. That's like a given, Well, you want to go in these fancy locales and get that in your movie. You don't want to build a lot of that in studio,
right?
When you can just go there. But yeah, they've ruined themselves, to be honest. I mean, the taxes, the government or the local governments have drove them out and overpriced themselves. They spend too much money. I don't know where this money's going, spending on these movies and
hair gel.
Yeah. Just, it's weird. And I don't blame them for looking for other places to make films because they're a little more friendly as far as, the cost and locations and stuff. But yeah, if we can make this, get it back on track in America, that'd be great.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not attacking the companies for going out there because this nation, this government has failed not just this industry, but many industries, which is why they fled. And there's no reason for that.
Yeah, why factories go overseas?
Right. I mean, this is just more than just Hollywood. And yeah, going on location for filming is one thing, but you're still based out of a studio. And if you're going to do your indoor, where you need to have sets and all that, you're doing it back home. You're doing it in your studios there. But okay, we're going to go and we're going to film in Cologne, Deutschland, because we want to have, there's just no way this, we don't want to build it. We can just go and film it on the streets there. Like European Vacation, how much of that was filmed in Hollywood on their stages and how much was on location? England, Germany, all the countries that they visited. That one. And, that's the one thing, we're not going to Cecil B. DeMille everything and make these huge sets. When we can be cheaper to go to that location. But I find it interesting that these three gentlemen were picked. And like I said, Mel Gibson had no idea until he saw social media. He said he found out the same time as everybody else. But you take a look between the two of them. Look at the blockbusters that came out of these two gentlemen, and then of course you got John Voight, who's no slouch himself. I mean,
Mhm.
Midnight Cowboy was a big film for him. A bunch of others, of course. We saw him in Tomb Raider with his estranged daughter. Um, but a very capable actor in and by himself. And
You got National Treasure. You got
Mhm.
Deliverance.
Right, yeah,
Just to name a couple.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Can you squeal like a pig? Um,
But gonna pray real good.
yeah, and yeah. I mean, these gentlemen are right of center. And one person said, and I have to agree. You know who they missed in this? Adam Carolla.
Yep.
Adam Carolla.
But
I think. Hmm?
he's not like. I mean, based as he is, I get it. He's right there, but is he really a? I mean, these guys are movie stars. Adam
Yeah,
Carolla
these are
is.
movie stars, but this is entertainment too. I mean, this is more than just movies. This is TV. This is all across the board with Hollywood. I mean, Hollywood's more than just movies, and Adam Carolla is a smart cookie. I mean, he's a lot smarter than his former co-host
No, God,
of the
night
Monty
and
Show.
day, night
Oh
and
yeah,
day.
yeah. I mean, you got smart and dumber,
Yeah.
in that type of situation. And yeah, they're all right of center. But the big thing is they're not going to be wanting to go out there and do messages. All three of these people. I mean, the biggest message film, good old Sylvester Stallone did was, we got to get the MIAs back from Vietnam with his Rambo 2 film, and of course the personal project that Gibson had, which was the Passion of the Christ. That was a personal passion film, not no pun intended, to make this one. And basically, all it was just a retelling from the gospel of the crucifixion of the Lord Jesus Christ. And
Mhm.
I mean, and who has done a film about the life of Christ? It's just his was a very personal one. So I mean, when it goes
Poor
out
actor.
there, and they've all worked with left leaning people. I mean, Donner, working with Donner with the Lethal Weapon films. Uh, and of course his co-star Mel Gibson, who was exceptional lefty. But that doesn't mean anything. Are you good at what you're doing? Or what are we going to do about a film? I know one
Mhm.
of the Lethal Weapon films did get a little heavy-handed because Donner was obsessed about apartheid. But when it comes down to it, Donner's also known for Superman. He's known for a lot of stuff. Besides that, too. So these guys just want one thing: to bring back good films, to bring back filmmaking what it's supposed to be, entertainment. Uh, you take a look what Sylvester Stallone did with the first three Expendables. I saved you there, Mike. I didn't say about the other one. And the lineup that he had of the old
Appreciate it.
action stars. Who would have thought of that? I mean, who would have thought he would be able to do that? And of course, Trump didn't pick Schwarzenegger because Schwarzenegger and him have had a feud a little bit there, because Schwarzenegger has just gone off the deep end.
Yeah, you can't tell the entire of America, screw your freedom, and then
No, he didn't
expect to
say
be an
screw freedom.
ambassador to.
Yeah,
Fuck your
Hollywood.
freedom. Take the
yeah.
shot. Do it now.
Go ahead.
Well, when you hang around with the Kennedy clan enough, you get poisoned.
Yeah.
I mean, especially with his ex-wife Skeletor. I'm sorry, she looks like a walking skeleton. I don't mean to be mean, but it's true. But each one of these guys were part of hits. They know what hits are. Sylvester Stallone is a full-fledged filmmaker because he directed, he wrote, he acted in productions. Same thing with Gibson. He wrote, he directed, and acted in the same thing. With Braveheart right there,
Yep.
and being a director and a writer.
Man without a face.
Yeah, these at least I can't say too much about Voight because I'm not that familiar with Voight and his work, but two of those guys have done just about everything except for doing the music, and we might be wrong about that.
Oh,
But they've done
guys,
everything.
I need to find, but it looks like thanks to the great president, something's back, so people won't have to worry. But let me just verify real quick. Let me just verify. I gotta verify. I know. I sound like I'm losing it, right?
So like
Yeah, well, we
Cartman.
all are. Technically, we are.
Cartman's
I
joke.
mean, mhm. And I think it's time for them. And to be honest, listening to Gibson on the Joe Rogan podcast a little while ago here. Unlike what's her name with Veilguard, Gibson puts the full weight of what he'd done on his own shoulders. He admits that he was in bad places. He admits that he was suffering from stuff, and it's on him. It's not an excuse; it's an explanation. He wasn't blaming other people for whatever it is that he got into, which which is completely less than a lot of people have done in Hollywood. But yeah, he was ostracized more. And this coming from a man who brought back people who were ostracized to give them a career. Robert Downey Jr. Anybody? We wouldn't have had we wouldn't have Tony Stark, at least that iteration of it, if it wasn't for Mel Gibson. Because nobody wanted to touch him.
We do have some breaking news, gentlemen.
Okay, you got it? Okay. Hit it.
That's right. You see it there. TikTok says it's restoring service. It's restoring service, everybody, to the U.S. users based on Trump's promised executive order. That's right. Thanks to Donald Trump. All the Wookie Pokies can, shriek and let their petals fall as they have to thank Trump.
Well, see, that's just it. They won't be now because Trump saved TikTok, so they're just as bad. So they're going to go and drop TikTok because that's just how the unhinged go.
And the article starts off. I'm going to try saying the name. Hilea. I'm guessing it's Hilea. Hadero. But it says TikTok said Sunday it was restoring service to users in the United States just hours after the unpopular video sharing platform went dark in response to a federal ban, which President-elect Donald Trump said he would try to pause by executive order on his first day in office.
Hold up. Before you go any further, I just read it. It's Hallelujah Hadero.
What?
That's the name. Hallelujah.
God, I wish I had alcohol in this house.
Yes.
All
right. Continue.
I don't drink. I don't drink.
I'll drink for you. It's better than naming your kid Dominatrix, which somebody did, but it was spelled differently. But phonically, it was Dominatrix. But okay, I don't think you know what the meaning of that word is.
Genitalia.
Hey, genitalia, come here.
Genitalia.
But yes, President-elect Donald Trump said he would try to pause by executive order on his first day in office. Trump said he planned to issue the order to give TikTok's China-based parent company more time to find an approved buyer before the ban takes full effect. He announced the move on his Truth Social account as millions of U.S. TikTok users awoke to discover they could no longer access the TikTok app or the platform. Google and Apple removed the app from their digital stores to comply with the law, which required them to do so if TikTok parent company ByteDance didn't sell its U.S. operation by Sunday. The law, which passed by a wide bipartisan support in April, allows for steep fines. The company that runs TikTok in the U.S. said in a post on X that Trump's post had provided the necessary clarity and assurance to our service providers that they will face no penalties providing TikTok to over 170 million Americans. Some users reported soon after TikTok's statement that the app was working again, and TikTok's website appeared to be functioning for at least some people. Even as TikTok was flickering back on, it remained unavailable for download in Apple and Google app stores. Neither Apple or Google responded to messages seeking comments Sunday. The law that took effect Sunday required ByteDance to cut ties with the platform's U.S. operations due to national security concerns posed by the app's Chinese roots. However, the statute gave the sitting president authority to grant a 90-day extension if a viable sale was underway. Although investors made a few offers, not officers, ByteDance previously said it would not sell. Trump said his order would extend the period of time before the law's provisions take effect and confirmed that there will be no liability for any company that helped keep TikTok from going dark before my order. Americans deserve to see our exciting inauguration on Monday, as well as other events and concert conversations. And Trump wrote, it was not immediately clear how Trump's promised action would fare from a legal standpoint, since the U.S. Supreme Court unanimously upheld the ban on Friday and the statute came in to force the day before Trump's return to the White House. Some lawmakers who voted for the sale of ban law, including some of Trump's fellow Republicans, remain in favor of it. Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas warned companies Sunday not to provide TikToks with the technical support it needs to function as it did before. Any company that hosts, distributes services, at, or otherwise facilitates communist controlled TikTok could face hundreds of billions of dollars in ruins liabilities under the law, not just from the Justice Department, but also under securities laws, shareholder lawsuits, and state attorney generals. Cotton wrote on X, think about it. The on and off availability of TikTok came after the Supreme Court ruled that the risk to national security posed by TikTok's ties to China outweighed concerns limiting speech by the app or its millions of US users. When TikTok users in the US tried to watch or post videos on the platform as of Saturday night, they saw a pop up message under the headline, sorry, TikTok isn't available right now. Okay. No,
Yeah,
I don't.
they pulled it early. They pulled it early.
Yep.
A law banning TikTok has been enacted in the US. The message said, unfortunately, that means you can't use TikTok for now. The service interruption TikTok instituted hours early caught many users by surprise. Experts said the law written did not require TikTok to take down its platform, only for the app stores to remove it. Current users had been expected to continue to have access to videos until a lack of updates caused the app to stop working. The community on TikTok is like nothing else. So it's weird to not have that anymore, content creator Tiffany Watson 20 said Sunday. Watson said she had been in denial about the looming shutdown, and with the space time on her hands to focus on bolstering her presence on Instagram and YouTube, there are still people out there who want beauty content, Watson said. The company's app also was removed late Saturday from prominent app stores. Apple told customers with its devices that it took down the other apps developed by ByteDance. They included Lemon 8, which some influencers had promoted as a TikTok alternative, the popular video editing app CapCut, and photo editor Hypik. Apple is obligated to follow the laws and jurisdictions where it operates. The company Trump's plan to spare TikTok on his first day in office reflected the ban's coincidental timing and the unusual mix of political considerations surrounding a social media platform that first gained popularity with often silly videos featuring dances and music clips.
And dancing nurses during the pandemic.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Hey, this person's dead. Let's do a dance. Yay. Hey, there's someone dying. No, we're doing a dance now. They're doing dance now. But there's somebody. No, dance time.
Somebody's redlining. Now we're
Yeah.
dancing.
Well, dance on his chest. That'll get him going.
During his first presidential term, Trump in 2020 issued executive orders banning TikTok and the Chinese messaging app WeChat, moves that courts subsequently blocked. When momentum for a ban emerged in Congress last year, however, he opposed legislation. Trump has since credited TikTok with helping him win support from young voters in last year's presidential election. Despite its own part in getting the nationwide ban enacted, the Biden administration stressed in recent days that it did not intend to implement or enforce the ban before Trump takes office on Monday.
Bullshit. Oh, you're probably right. They wanted it to happen afterwards so they could blame him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
In the 9 months since Congress passed the sell or ban law, no clear buyers emerged, and ByteDance publicly insisted it would not sell TikTok. But Trump said he hoped his administration could facilitate a deal to save the app. TikTok CEO Sao Chu is expected to
Bless
attend
you.
Trump's
Bless you.
inauguration with a prime seating location. You know why he has that prime seating location? So Trump can talk him into selling the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
side of things.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Chu posted a video late Saturday thanking Trump for his commitment to work with the company to keep the app available in the U.S. and taking a strong stand for the First Amendment against arbitrary censorship. Trump's choice for National Security Advisor, Michael Waltz, told CBS News on Sunday that the president elect discussed TikTok going dark in the U.S. during a weekend call with Chinese President Xi Jinping,
Just say Winnie the Pooh.
and they agreed to work together on this. On Saturday, artificial intelligence startup Perplexity AI submitted a proposal to ByteDance to create a new entity that merges Perplexity with TikTok's U.S. business, according to a person familiar with the matter. Perplexity is not asking to purchase the ByteDance algorithm that feeds TikTok users videos based on their interest and made the platform such a phenomenon. Other investors include also TikTok. Shark Tank star Kevin O'Leary recently said a consortium of investors that he and billionaire Frank McCourt offered ByteDance $20 billion in cash. Trump's former Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin also said last year that he was putting together an investor group to buy TikTok. In Washington, lawmakers and administration officials have long raised concern about TikTok, warning the algorithm that fuels what users see is vulnerable to manipulation by Chinese authorities. But to date, the U.S. has not publicly provided evidence of TikTok handing user data over to Chinese authorities or tinkering with its algorithm to benefit Chinese interests. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So for now, looks
Mm-hmm.
like TikTok is saved. For now.
Yeah. This is a tricky tightrope, but we got the art of the deal going on because I can understand a lot of people. The big thing about TikTok was information coming to China. You know, because whether people like it or not, China is technically an enemy of ours.
Yes.
True.
They really are, but people want to turn the blind eye to that. But China wants nothing more than to see us fall. They want to take over. And remember, they're part of this quote unquote axis that's going on between North Korea, them, and the Russa. If you don't like Russa, you shouldn't like China. If you don't like North Korea, you shouldn't like China. They're all buds. I mean, not really. They have some strife between them. But the thing is they're united.
Yeah. They're
And
simpatico.
And it's bad enough that we're getting our information stolen from these apps and various other stuff for our own companies in the United States here. This was collecting in close to sensitive stuff going to China. China.
Yeah,
Which
it's not just
I don't
what you
think-
do on TikTok; it's what you have on your phone. They're
Right,
scanning
exactly.
your phone, so a lot of this information they collect. I mean, sure, you got your Ryan Kindles of the world. I don't care if they see my penis pics or whatever. You know, I don't care what they see me doing. I don't. You know, some of those people don't care, but there's other people that may do something off the wall when they're younger that may want to run for office one day. And they may want to be in a position of power. And then China's got all of their indiscretions that they did on their phone or their computer or whatever that they stole. And that makes them compromised.
Well, when it goes on the internet, it's always going to be out there. So if you're
Well, that's not even talking about internet stuff. I'm talking about stuff that's just private on
Yeah.
your phone that they're taking off.
Well, I hate to say this, animosity or weenie pick is out there. It will never go away.
Well, yeah, it's hard to see.
I know.
So nobody can really tell anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Well, mine's harder. I haven't any.
Ouch.
Well, yeah, but that's just it. It's that sensitive information. You know, I'm sure many people can put their card information in there for stuff and various other fun.
There's lots of
fun
different
items like
kinds of information that they could use.
And remember, it's nationalized over there. China is a communist country still.
Mm-hmm.
So the government, unlike here where there's been a big fight, remember when Apple did not want to give information out to the government because of privacy, and they were fighting them on that because of national security? They don't have that in China.
No. Actually,
China knows more about you than even the United States does, and that's scary.
Yeah. China knows everything about everybody.
Mm-hmm.
There's no privacy in China. You can't even take a crap probably in your own bathroom without somebody at the Chinese Communist Party knowing about it and knowing what color it was and knowing how long it was and how many chunks of corn were in it.
Well, I got a cease and desist order from the CCP for to stop posting my any. That's how bad it is. You know.
Oh, they don't want to see it. It's like we got enough. We got enough of your any pics, okay?
Yeah, our president feels threatened. He's threatened by Winnie the Pooh. He's threatened by this. You're still bigger than him. Oh, what? Huh?
Ooh, ouch.
I'm sorry. That was my obligatory peenie joke. But no, I mean, you know, we're worried about our government having all this information on us, but we fight that here. Not necessarily always successful, and doesn't necessarily mean that there aren't other nefarious ways they do it without us knowing about it.
Yeah.
But in China, you don't have that. They knock on the door and say, "Give it over," or even better than that, they're jacked right in.
Yeah, and that's what freaks me out too. Is like we will fight our own country for privacy rights and information, data collection, and all that. But then when it comes to China doing it to us, they're like, "No, give me my TikTok. I want my TikTok."
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Like,
don't get me wrong. Yeah. Well, the thing is, don't get me wrong. I mean, and the thing is these are practices. Actually, some of these practices are doing on us. They have actually banned in China. So it's okay to do it to us, but not to the Chinese.
Right.
Their own people who are oppressed. Many of them are, and as it goes is, yeah, I mean, other than the fact that I don't use the platform, I don't care about the platform. I kind of have a certain distaste for the platform. I don't want to see the platform taken away because I know so many people do use it, and it can be a good platform for getting stuff out. It's just not mine.
Well, it should be regulated. Like they should make sure somehow that they should not be able to send our information to China.
And this is what this is about. And
yes.
And part of that is we don't want you to have that control. We want to have at least a company that's you. And it's like, unlike when you hear someone break up about you, it's not you, it's me. In this case, it's about you. It's you. So I hope, and don't kid yourself, there's an art of the deal going on right now. Trump is, even you on the left, even you with TDS, you need to get your head out of the sand and do realize that this man is not a failure when it comes around the business, despite what they want to sit back and say. If he was such a failure like they all are saying, he wouldn't be where he's at. I'm talking about not politically, I'm talking about business-wise. Everybody has bankruptcies. This man has got so many things, something goes bankrupt, it's like, okay, whatever.
Just go bankrupt and we'll start all over again.
Right. And many people have had bankruptcies out there. So don't count that as a list of failures. It's a list of he tried because he's still on top. But the thing is he is a successful businessman and always has been. His father started it, but he made something that was even more powerful than even his dad did. And that says a lot. Not many next generation silver spoons can do that. Usually when it gets passed on to the next generation, that's when it starts crumbling, gets sold out, and whoever junior is either living on the streets or he gets his share and runs to the Bahamas.
Yeah, or the generation after that. You just never know, because look at Tolkien. Tolkien was the GOAT.
Or Disney.
Christopher Tolkien was was on top of things. Simon Tolkien, not so much. He's
people complain. Yeah, people complain about Christopher Tolkien because of his gatekeeping. Now I bet they're wishing he is back.
Yeah.
Can we resurrect him? I mean,
so it only takes one bad apple to ruin your legacy.
Mm-hmm. So the fact that Trump is able to do this and has done that, and his book about his book that he wrote is read by a lot of these people, including these people who are in government. Art of the Deal. It is read not just by business people, but to basically political leaders, and even more so since 2016, and especially now. I'm sure a lot of people have taken the book off the shelf and started going over it again because they know this is how they have to approach this president. Yeah. And the fact that this guy is going to have a special seat at the inaugural, good old Trump is doing what? An art of the deal.
He's dictating his terms. That's what he's doing.
I mean, how easy is it for Trump to sit back and say, "Yeah, let's get rid of TikTok and we'll expand Truth Social, and we'll have a TikTok-ish thing with Truth Social. Take advantage of the situation." You would think that'd be the case, but no, that's not the art of the deal. Why? Keep us out there. It's very effective. It does what it's supposed to do. We just need to change management. So that's what the deal is. Remember, he sat back and said that he's out there to defend all of you, not just a segment of society. He's there to fight for all of us.
And he's going to give you back your spy agency.
And this is not something we've had for 4 years.
No, obviously not. I mean, and I'm all for TikTok. I don't like it. I'm with you, Baron. I have zero interest in using TikTok. My buddy sends me freaking TikTok links in my text message, and I can't freaking watch them. I got to forward them to my wife so she can pull them up so I can watch the stupid TikTok. And I refuse to download the app. I just refuse.
Isn't that usually the case? It's the wife. My wife's on there. My God, I want TikTok back. Now that we don't have TikTok, she's been bothering me more.
I didn't think about that.
Hi, my name's Baron. And I want TikTok back because my wife's been bothering me ever since it went down.
Yeah,
Baron's got to get him a she shed.
My peaceful life is over. Please bring it back, President Trump. And remember,
nothing else to do.
Remember, this banning of TikTok, as it said in the AP article, and I'm sure it left a lot of bad taste in the mouth. This, even though they only quoted one party, this was bipartisan. Yeah. This is both pachyderms and mule team. Both. And you got to remember, the man or whoever it is that's pulling the strings in the White House is the mule team. And is the wonderful, most gracious, most magnanimous Joseph Biden is the one that was more than happy to let it happen. But their plan didn't work. It was a day before, so they can't pass the buck.
Isn't it glorious that a lot of their little plans just come to failure here lately? Just they've had a lot of L's this past couple of years.
Well, well, that's what they were working on. They had nothing. And the thing is, if you notice, I went after everybody with that. I went after everybody because this is a situation that's not necessarily. Yeah, this is not a partisan thing that happened. This is a bipartisan thing. This is all across the board.
Yep, Tom.
And like I said,
led the charge. He's been on this for several years. I remember him on Glenn Beck doing an interview about TikTok and China stealing our data.
Right, and let's get rid of that part and keep TikTok.
Yeah,
I mean, I do think it is. Yeah, even though I know I'm going to be seeing more zombies out there again.
Yeah, I've got rotten people's brains, but that's America.
I mean, I guess I don't understand the need for it because you do have shorts on YouTube. You do have,
but shorts were kind of inspired by TikTok.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I mean, that's what I'm saying is, I don't know. It's just
there's something about the original.
Yeah. If that's the case, we'd all be on MySpace.
Right. And MySpace was different, but I'm talking like, say, Twitter. Everybody wanted to stay on Twitter. And if something else, I know like Parler didn't make it because of insider
bullshit.
Bull crap there. But there's lots of other sites just like Twitter that aren't making it because Twitter's the GOAT. Twitter's like X or Twix, whatever. It's the original, and Elon made it way better, obviously. But people don't want to divert from what they're used to, and that's human nature.
But the thing is just remember, the one side constantly screams that they don't believe in the First Amendment. They don't believe in free speech. Free speech is a dangerous thing. How dare you go out there and express your opinion? Trust the science. Trust us. Trust the news. Never question the news. They know everything. How dare you do that? You're incompetent. You never had journalism. You never went to journalism school. You're not as good at this. We're the most trustworthy people. I mean, listen to all that bullshit that gets piled down on us.
Yep.
They don't like these things. They're more than happy to see TikTok go. They'd be more than happy to watch us go. And look at which side is the one that's screaming the most about that. It's the mule team. People on the left. It's people on the left. The ones that were screaming at one time about having free speech. How dare you fascists out there siphon our speech, blah, blah, blah. And now they're actively promoting it. Yep. Actively. Why? Because they don't want the free thought of ideas, because that's dangerous. How dare you question us? The science is settled. No, it's not. Science has never been settled. It never will be settled.
No, because it's always changing. Every time you turn around, it changes. Because they can't get it right.
Do you want a universe like Warhammer 40K? Then sit back and say the science is settled and we'll live like the Imperium of Man and not advance and live in misery, right? If that's the case, nothing will change. We'll stop right now. The science is settled, right? No, the science is never settled. You always find something new. It's not that the people in the olden days were idiots. No, they were doing the best they could with the equipment that they had.
And not only that, you got to wonder. Science leads to where the money's at.
Oh yeah. Well, there's science, and then there's science with the dollar sign.
Yes. So you have to be able to filter out the bull crap that 9 out of 10 scientists agree that whatever the money tells them to agree on. So that's why we have a sick nation right now. Children diabetes and all this stuff. It's just eggs are bad for you. Too much cholesterol. No, eggs are good for you. They're high in vitamins. Eggs are bad for you.
We always joked about it. It was like the weather forecast.
Yeah.
What's it going to be this week?
It's maddening.
Like, and the thing is that sometimes this came out of the same university or same scientific organization. One week they say one thing, the next week they counter it.
Yeah.
They
argue about it.
Right. And that's just it. I mean, people are acting so smug in the science community, like DeGrasse Tyson and stuff like that, thinking that they're the goat of everything, and then mocking the ones that came beforehand. But you realize that as time goes along, there's going to be something that comes out that's going to probably disprove a lot of things that you've been saying, because now they finally got it, and they'll be mocking you.
Yep.
I mean, as it goes, no, I don't think credible scientists throughout the time, because if you're being hindered by whatever you have for technology or the ability to, if you're doing a great job in getting it going, no, you're fantastic. You're thinking outside the box. You got the wheel going. Too bad you didn't have the electron microscope. Too bad you didn't have Hubble. Too bad you didn't have whatever it was. Can you imagine what would have happened then? But no, they didn't have it.
Yeah.
No, they had a piss poor little telescope. They might have been able to make a little steam engine just for putsy little things. If they were able to make that a bigger steam engine back in the Renaissance time, what would have happened then? Boom, the steam age would have come a hell of a lot sooner. But no, it didn't. But it's never settled. The same thing when it comes around to information. It's like, oh, you're going to sit back and tell us, and especially after we found out that so many of these quote-unquote fact checkers were very biased, went a certain direction, and they're pushing, and I'm going to say it, their lies, and telling an entire group of people that, no, you're wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And they knew they were lying.
And we knew that it,
Yeah, we knew they were lying. Don't trust your eyes. Don't trust your lying eyes. This is not what it is. It's like, what? And I like to thank fact checkers for helping get a lot of people pissed off, because I think we started getting tired of that.
Yeah.
The more they kept on telling us what to think, well, we're stubborn people. Many of us don't like to be told what to do.
It was a help to chisel away at the veneer of the bullcrap of the left.
Yeah. It made Zuckerberg kneel and kiss the ring, and I still don't trust that weasel.
No.
He was complacent all the way across the board, despite what he's lying. Even when he was in the Joe Rogan show, he was lying through his fucking teeth.
Yep, trying to save face, he's trying to switch sides because he knew which way the wind was blowing. That's all. Mm-hmm. That is all. He's an opportunist.
And it shouldn't be a conservative thing to want to have free speech. Just like at one time it was a liberal thing about free speech. It should be an American thing.
Yes.
It should be left and right agreeing with it. And being able to have the ability to sit back and say, I disagree with you, but I will defend to my death your right to see it.
Yep.
Oh, are you meaning hate speech too? Hell yeah. Because I want these people to say what they're saying so you can hear it, so you know what type of lunatics there are out there, and not have them hiding and all of a sudden, gotcha. Because when you start burying these people and telling them that they have, telling us that, we're protecting you from what they're saying, it instantly, the next thing that we are, we're curious. And we're distrustful. And when we're getting stuff kept away from us, what do we want to do? We want to find out about it. That's why we have gossip. And then it starts looking more acceptable, because if these people are being held down, obviously there's something about what they're saying that's right.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the last thing you want. Let them say it. Let George Lincoln Rockwell stand in the corner in New York spewing forth his hate against Jews and others. Let him do that so that everybody can hear what he's saying. And then have him go away saying, this guy is a lunatic.
And not only that, you need the guys that could stand up to him and not just shout him down, but to refute what they say and make better arguments.
If all you can do is shout him down, you're no better.
No, you're no better. You're just trying to shut him up.
Right.
You need to put him down intellectually.
You need to, yeah, exactly. He need the people like that need to be ripped apart. The art of the argument, the art of the debate, to be able to go into that fencing arena. But the thing is, a lot of these people don't have the wherewithal or the intelligence to do that.
They don't. No, that's sad.
Right. All they can do is roll around on the ground with their blue hairs and making screeching sounds through their blowholes. That's the best they can do.
And that's why that's why they want to shut us up, because they can't debate. They don't have the facts. All they have is talking points they got from their left-wing media, and that's as far as it goes. It's just a little bit on the surface. They can't go any deeper. So that if they can't defend their position, they want to shut you up.
The only thing that should be censored is slander and libel. Things that are truly illegal. We don't need NAMBLA out there promoting their CP garbage, because that's illegal, 100%.
It should be
detestable.
Yes.
They should be in jail. Right?
Anybody that there should be grooming laws, to be honest. Anybody that would teach children about sexual perversions, just bringing it up to them and talking in depth about it, trying to trick them into being trans kids and stuff. That those people should go to jail.
Well, what's worse is NAMBLA. Remember, of course, America's Most Wanted with Walsh. And, of course, he got to that position because of his kid being kidnapped and been disappeared for how long. But I think, sadly, we know what happened to him. I hate to say that. It's been way too long. But NAMBLA actually had someone writing in their periodical about his fantasy about being with the kid in a perverse way. This is how sick NAMBLA is.
Yeah. Special
level
of hell for people like that.
Right. So, that, because you're talking about something that's detestably illegal. Not even made up illegal. Illegal. Because they believe in forcing their way. They believe in corrupting. They all across the board, because they're they're beyond sick. They're evil. Yeah, so they should be. There's a law against it. But when it comes around to sit back saying, I think the earth is flat and I don't think that's really the moon up there. Why should I be censored for that? It's like, oh, good. That's worth laughing. I mean, I belong to a couple flat earth sites. Why? Not because I believe in it, but I like to laugh. And the one is actually a satirical one. I mean, when you put something out that the Flat Earth Society has members all around the globe, I mean, that right there tells you this is satire.
That sounds like a Babylon Bee headline.
Yeah, but this is pre-Babylon Bee. But that's just it. It's like people don't understand satire sometimes. But I mean, I take a look at stuff I don't agree with, either for a laugh or just to see what other people are saying. They should not. No one should be, even no matter how wild it is. Now, if you're promoting offing yourself, if you're promoting going out, all this stuff, it comes to a level, because that you're trying to incite harm to others and sometimes yourself. That's never been protected, especially to those who are vulnerable.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's why we have laws, so we're not vulnerable. Mm-hmm. That's why we have communities, so we're not vulnerable. We have communities to protect ourselves. It goes back to the old days. It's like, okay, when we get together, that tribe over there won't pick on us and steal our stuff. We can fight them off. That's how communities got started. That's why we have walls, to make sure that we're not invaded, right? I want to have everything available, no matter how detestable it is, within the legal, or how silly it is, how ridiculous, or how sane and normal it is. I don't care. We are grown up people. You're trying to tell me that the government knows better what the truth is and we don't?
No, that's never been the
Tell
case.
that to the people that suffer from the Tuskegee program that they had going on. All those black men, all the way up to, I believe, the 1980s, that were given syphilis so they could see and track how syphilis spreads untreated. Wonderful. We're supposed to trust you?
What about LSD?
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Freaking CIA, our government doing experiments.
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous.
Oh, but when 1930s Germany did it, that was bad. But when we do it, it's good.
Yeah.
Anybody who sits back and says the science is settled is a cult member.
I represent science.
Anyone who goes out there and sits back and says, we trust the press impeccably, we cannot question the press, you're a cult member. Anyone who sits back and says the First Amendment is a bad thing, you're a cult member and a moron. This is precious. And your evil enemy, horrible, everything he sat back and said about this man, that is a lie. And he can go out there and he could make even more money than he has now by suing all your asses. I'm surprised he hasn't. And in fact, there are still people that need to pay him for their attempts to slander his name. Stormy Daniels. She lost the case, by the way. She's supposed to pay off his legal charges. Her lawyer went to prison for basically perjury and lying because of this.
Mm-hmm.
His Comey, that they all want about, he went to prison. Why? Because he was lying and he was stealing from Trump. This evil man that you talk about, right here, right off the bat, he's fighting for free speech. He's fighting for those that don't like him, just like he promised he would do. And again, this is a hell of a lot more than we ever got these last 4 years, where they sat back and told us to fuck off. Or as Arnold Schwarzenegger said, fuck your feelings. Which Spock, DJ? Leonard Nimoy or Dr. Spock? Or both?
Both.
Probably both. Dr. Spock, who was one of the worst things to come along. Ugh. So, yeah. Again, let's keep it around, but let's make sure our enemies don't get this information. Unless you're more than happy, if you're back in the 1930s, to have your information go to a certain little Austrian with a funny mustache in Berlin. If you didn't like it then, you wouldn't like it now. Thank you, DJ. That's what I thought that's what you meant. You should have put the doctor in front. You know us. We're geeks.
And that's our edition of Pop Talk for this week.
Well, I think it's about that point, but
yeah, it is getting to that point.
And to follow up to the story that we had before too, he's trying to save Hollywood, which has been nothing but vehemently vile against him. But he doesn't want to see Hollywood die. He don't care if you're against him. He wants to help Americans. And all I heard when he sat back and said that, the left going, I don't want him protecting me, whether I like it or not. Well, whether you like it or not, he is. That's his job.
We hired him to do it.
Right. That's what every president should be doing.
That's what they should be doing, but whether they actually do it is another thing.
Oh, DJ, I see what you did there. Sorry, my dyslexia went into action. Sometimes it does when I'm talking.
You wrote it back. You wrote it wrong, and he read it right.
Mm-hmm. I didn't know Spock was part of the Latter-day Saints.
Yeah, that's right.
My apologies to the Mormons.
But, gentlemen, before we depart for this Sunday afternoon, is there anything you want to promote, starting with Anonymous?
I would like to promote Pacific414. He comes on like Sundays and Wednesdays, and he does a lot of gaming streams and stuff.
Doot, 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 doot.
Do 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 do. I've got nothing really. Still, I got nothing. So I'm fine.
You heard
It's
him.
fine. We're all fine.
You heard him. He's nothing.
I'm
nothing.
I am nothing.
He's just chained up in the she shed for his wife's machinations.
She lets me play with the wand, though. That's for sure.
Well, yeah. Well, just don't break it, or she'll be upset because she likes to play with it too.
Nah, not so much.
Oh, you too. Okay.
Yeah.
No, she comes into his office and hands him a long sheet of paper and says, "Get to it."
Yeah, you know that. Then cracks the whip.
Get to work.
He's still chained up, but he's got to do the work. Yeah.
Chain gangs.
So do leather thigh-high boots count with that too?
Whips.
I'm talking about you, not her.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, and the whips and chains, but yeah, I mean,
candle wicks on the nipples.
Yeah, the gimp hood.
Phil's into weird science. He loves it.
Well, he is. He is weird science.
He is weird science. He represents weird science.
He was created by weird science.
We're all a little weird, aren't we?
He's an abomination. He's an abomination, I tell you. He was born in the test tube.
Science!
He was born in the test tube in India. He's the curry monster.
Ooh.
Oh, boy. First, Phil says I'm offending people in other countries because of my bad pronunciation. Now you're offending people in India. Great.
Well, yeah.
Well, it's India. Nobody cares.
The big difference is I wasn't doing it by accident.
No, I know you weren't.
We could always go up to the north there. I mean, bark, bark, bark. We got the sweeties and meatballs. Yeah, there we go. Burgy, 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 burgy. There we go.
Now you're offending the Muppets.
Yeah,
and the Swedish.
Oh, I don't care. I'm Norwegian. I'll insult the Swedes all I want, even though their babes are hot over there. But still,
Yeah. You hear about all of us? Yeah, I'll sip the Swedes all I want, but their babes are hot. So
their babes are hot.
The babes are hot.
And their erotica, I tell you, they're erotica. Swedish erotica. Oh yeah, that was the thing back in the day, which wasn't Swedish though. Okay, never mind.
They have ABBA.
Oh yeah, ABBA. Oh yeah, the greatest export from Sweden ever. ABBA.
my mom liked listening to them.
Apparently, it's still pretty hot in England or Europe.
Yeah, but there's only 3 of them now. The one that doesn't ever do anything with them anymore. So,
True.
But you know what's hot now? The Village People. YMCA.
I wonder why the Village People are hot.
We need representation on our side.
That's representation right there. I tell you what. How can you not get more representation than that?
Yeah, no, we need something better than Dave Rubin.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
You scared me there for a moment.
Mr. Orman Tagge. Baron Orman Tagge.
To be honest, I have no idea what the hell's happening. Being that Cash Money is, 1 foot in the grave. We're keeping up on his condition. Hopefully, he'll recover and make a speedy recovery from this. But it's touch and dice. He's still in the ICU, even as we speak. So I don't have no idea what's going to happen on Tuesday. I have no idea.
He's home.
Oh, he's in hospice now. Okay.
Oh yeah. Well, when you figure out where he's being buried, let me know so I can go dance on it.
Oh, I thought you were gonna piss on it because.
That's afterward.
For those who missed it, the reason why Cash wasn't with us today is because he was in the emergency room until after 3 a.m. yesterday morning, 3 a.m. Pacific time, because of kidney stones.
Oh, them are fun.
He was tased by the police because he got drunk and rowdy, and then they had to take him down. Taser! No, don't tase me!
More.
You keep moving. If you keep moving, we'll release the dog. No.
Guy's got brain AIDS.
Whoa! Hold up, Phil. Hold up. You will make Anonymous replace Cash Money. Hold up, buddy. There's
Me-
only one person here that makes the final decision, and that's me.
Oh, I thought it was me.
Yeah, and we'll make you make that decision.
Mm-hmm. I still say he's going to shoot his eye out when the moment comes.
Ooh.
And I haven't heard anything from ba-ding! Crack the porcelain and take his eye out. You'll shoot your eye out, kid. I have not heard from Jace, so I have no idea what's going to be happening here with the 540 studio. So maybe we'll have more information on Wednesday. So keep your ears peeled for that. See what I did there? I'm purposely did it backwards. And other than that,
no, DJ, kidney stones, man, kidney stones.
No, it's Jared that has that. According to South Park. Of course, hopefully we'll be playing on Saturday on the Phantom Hooligans for Friday Night Hooligans. And then I hope to be on King Dolphin TV on Saturday at 4 o'clock on for their Just Cuz broadcast. I missed yesterday. I was kind of under the weather. But I hope to be there on next Saturday so I can torment them. That's, of course, Raymond Feliciano and his lovely wife, Sandy, who's behind the scenes, making sure it goes smoothly. Both are wrenches on Doomcock. In fact, you'll find a lot of people. Agent Pepsi 1's on there. The lovely Agent Pepsi 1. And I think she's happy that her husband's back now. He does traveling. And let's see who else. John Rendell, my super wrench. Fet for Hire usually is on there. Wendy Webb, the trauma team or trauma nurse. Wendy Webb. I can't remember how they identify her there, but people who know, so please, of course, Norpupus Kuber is in the chat. Pudgy will hopefully be making appearances too. So yeah, it's a wild time at Just Cuz. Please join King Dolphin TV 5 o'clock on Saturday Central Standard Time. No, sorry, 4 o'clock Central Standard Time on King Dolphin TV. And then we'll have to see what's all going on because everything's in flux. It's not my fault this time.
It's not my fault either.
No, it's Phil's.
Well, maybe you get a flux capacitor and you'll stabilize everything.
Nah. Do you think anything with our channels will ever be stabilized by anything?
No.
I'd like some stability and
yeah. And he invites me on the show.
Wait a minute. I don't invite you. You're a co-host. You have access.
Well, you invited me. See, you want to see.
Yeah, you asked. Don't you remember? You asked.
I begged. I didn't ask. I begged and you gave in.
Hey, you got guests here, okay? Just calm down.
Guest, your family.
Oh, break my poor pea-picking heart.
Yeah, just like Padawan, you're the fourth Pop Talk member. It's just like the fifth Beatle, Everyone always sits back. Oh, it was the fifth Beatle. There was there was 254 fifth Beatles out there. So
I'm Shemp. I'm Shemp. Okay.
I want to be Shemp.
No, I'm not.
Joe. You're Joe Dorito.
No.
It's good to see Real Way Nation clips, and if you guys are gonna talk about the Three Stooges, I mean, yeah, with the real Three Stooges, well, one's going through kidney stones right now, and yes, I did check with him first before I came on here and said, "Hey guys, Cash has kidney stones."
I wouldn't have cared. I would have just gone out there and said it. I don't care.
Yeah, it's like, what's the big deal?
But yeah, Three Stooges. So, one of us is Curly, the other is Shep, the other is Larry. But I'm always Mo. Just so you all know, I'm always Mo.
Mm-hmm.
Mo Mikey.
Yeah. I'm always the one whacking them on the head and
come on. Okay, there we go. Yeah. But I mean, I'm glad that Cash is off of life support. I mean, that makes me feel better.
Yeah.
Because He sent me a message, said he needed to talk with me. The moment I heard him, I said, "You sound like shit." That's
What else is
exactly
there?
how I said it. I said, "You sound like shit."
Well, he always sounds like that, but you got to tell him every once in a while.
Yeah, I mean, hi everybody. What really grinds my gears? Hi, I'm Cash Money. Yeah, here I am, and I'm going to talk to you about things. And I'm just, yeah. Hi everybody. On the Phantom Hooligans, but it's not the Phantom Hooligans. It's Phantom Hooligans because there was someone else that went out there and did the Phantom Hooligans, and they do singing stuff, and I don't sing. So being I don't sing, we're just Phantom Hooligans. I'm just kind of lonely there. So,
That's right. I said, I ain't giving you no $3.50, you goddamn Loch Ness monster. Get your own goddamn money.
I gave him a
I have no idea where Baron's going with this.
You know what really grinds my gears?
yeah. I don't know where I'm going with it either. I was hoping you'd stop me. I was waiting for you to stop me. Where were you, man?
I was trying to figure out. Okay, where's he going with this?
That should have been your first clue.
He's got no clue.
I got no clue. I'm clueless.
What?
I said I'm clueless.
What?
Oh, come on, get the shit out of your ears.
Welcome to Pop Talk, where even the host doesn't know what the co-host is up to.
I'm here to confuse. You know what's sad though? We haven't seen Jason in so long. I haven't been able to do this.
Simping is such a major turnoff to women.
Cash really likes that girl. He's thinks she's hot. I don't know who she is.
I don't know who she is. You're the one that found the clip. You're the one that said, "Hey, I'm putting this new clip on for Jace."
Yeah. I mean, I was just looking for clips about simping is bad, and that came across. I thought perfect, and in Cash fell in love.
I mean, I heard from Jace yesterday, so
Well, he doesn't like me. Why am I still big on the screen?
you're family too, Wade. You're family too. I'm just saying that Anonymous is part of the dysfunctional group, the one who hops in on the panels and
Wade, you're the black sheep sane member of the family.
No,
It's
he's
the only
not a
time
black sheep. He's the sane member of the family. We're the crazies that are on screen.
See, in this case, being sane is being the black sheep because we're all insane and crazy. See what I'm doing there? See, there's a logic behind what I said.
I'm the normal one.
Yeah. So quit birding with, we've been burdened by what has been.
Wait. Normal? How does that apply to this channel, this stream? I'm certainly
it's
not
relative.
Normal.
It's all relative, really. I mean, our normal
that's inbreeding.
Oh well.
Oh, yeah, that's a subject I'm gonna avoid, Baron.
What? Don't you want to talk to Uncle Brother Daddy?
Don't you?
Hey, Uncle Brother Daddy!
Don't you bring up my family now?
Sorry.
Tell you what.
I'm sorry.
You guys go ahead and settle this amongst yourselves.
Hey, I thought you would never leave. So, Animos, what do you want to talk about now? Yeah.
Oh well, kidney stones is good. You want to know how big they can get and how bad they hurt when they come down into your bladder and your urethra. You're trying to
they hurt really bad. They get really big, really bad, really big.
Huge. They're huge. The biggest you ever. America don't make kidney stones this big.
Size of golf balls. I made a hole in one with one. It was spectacular. It was amazing. I was there. I felt it coming. Zipped, unzipped, and boo! Out it went. Hole in one. Had to buy drinks for everyone back at the club. That's how I know how big they can get. Had to sign it. Sitting in the museum.
Had one so big it fell down. It bypassed my penis and went straight into my ball sack. Now I have 3 balls.
Oh,
huge balls.
Okay. And I guess that's where I'll go ahead and promote what's coming up on the channel.
Your
Seems
turn,
like
Mike.
an awkward spot, but
That escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
It jumped up a notch.
It did, didn't it?
But anyways, what's coming up on both the Rumble and YouTube channel for Tuesday will be a stream of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Rita's Rewind, which is a side-scrolling beat 'em up, and I will be playing it because I like side-scrolling beat 'em ups.
It's morphin' time.
And
Is
that
anybody-
too. And that too. It's
after all
morphin'
that,
time.
Yeah, it's morphin' time. After all that we were doing earlier, is there anybody actually watching anymore? If we scared everybody away, I'm sorry.
Well, mine says 5 people. They're the nuts, the crazy ones are still here.
Oh, our usual audience. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
But, that'll happen on Tuesday. Then, of course, there will be the Wednesday edition of Pop Talk. I don't know what we're talking about yet. I'll look at articles tomorrow night and decide what we're going to talk about. If Baron finds something, I'll put that in there. If Cash puts an article in there, I'll put that in there. But
well, he does have that one we can move over there.
Yeah. We could definitely talk about it on Wednesday.
But I have a sneaky feeling that after tomorrow, we're going to have to fight to figure out which article we want because there'll be so much shit hitting the fan.
Oh yeah. But on Thursday, I'm going to be playing a game. It's probably just going to be a one-time stream of the game because I don't know how long this game's longevity is actually going to be. But I'm going to be playing the game called Squirrel with a Gun. So you better stay away from my acorns, man.
With a what gun?
A
squirrel with a gun.
With a gun.
Squirrel with a gun.
Yeah.
Yes.
We have those where I live.
Yeah. Well, he says only one time, but it's going to be one of those matters 3 months later. He's still going to be going. It's going to be an obsession. I guarantee you that.
I don't know. It looks like, just a fun premise. And again, I don't know about the longevity of the game itself, but
silly.
But it'll be fun for one night, just like Marvel Rivals was fun.
Mm-hmm.
It was, a style of the game that I normally don't stream. And I had fun. Especially playing the game with Fat Steven and You're Wrong. And it is fun to play with friends. And also, for anyone who might be interested, tomorrow on the Rumble channel starting at 11:30 a.m., tomorrow I will be watching the inauguration and giving commentary on it. I know I sent you an invite, Anonymous. If you can make it, cool. If you can't make it, no worries. And same goes for everybody I sent an invite to. If you can make it, cool. If you can't make it, no worries. No big deal. Show's going on.
I was an idiot and scheduled a doctor appointment that day, but you get in when you can get in.
Call and cancel. God.
Nah, it's my back. It's for my back and neck and all that. I need to see somebody. I need drugs.
You can have all my drugs. I don't need them anymore.
But that is what's coming up on the YouTube channel and Rumble channel. Of course, Wednesday's Pop Talk will also be on X, but I also want to take the time to say thank you to DJ Ronnie G for stopping by this afternoon. Real Wade Gaming Clips, Wade, thank you very much. You're still part of the family. You're just one of the smarter ones. You're not on the panel, and you're just watching the idiots of the family run their mouths.
So far. Yeah. One of us.
And, of course, we have Phil McCracken, the resident troll. Phil, get some new material, man.
Please. And I that's why. Well, actually, we had a discussion about that, Phil. But yeah, I did say that to Cash. But then Mike and I got into debate. Cranberry or no cranberry. We're going to continue it on after the show here, too.
It's not going to help you pass the stone, but it might help you heal up afterwards, though. But.
Yeah. I also want to thank Blazerhawk Darren. Thank you very much. As I scroll up here, I also want to thank New More. Thank you very much for stopping by.
No, still can't do it. Sorry.
Kitty Bear, thank you very much. And of course, Padawannabe, he was our guest this past Wednesday on Pop Talk. Thank you very much, Padawannabe. Really appreciate it. And you're wrong. No, I'm Mike. I'm always right. Except when I read articles and I can't pronounce a name worth shit. Then I'm wrong. And let's see who else. Kitty Bear. Of course, Anonymous.
That's me.
Anonymous.
Yuckity yuck.
And Jed Sparks, thank you very much. And we also had Wes of Star Army. Thank you, Wes.
Ooh. An army.
Let's see, who else? Anyone else? I don't want to miss anybody.
I don't know.
The YouTube side and over on the Rumble side, Euron was also on the Rumble side. Baron was on the Rumble side, questioning,
Yep.
Is this quality content? Yeah,
Well,
I know. That's a head scratcher.
Well, I was also on the YouTube side.
Well, I know you were. Why do you think you're highlighting your name right now? He's got an ego, folks. He's got an ego.
Best ego ever. Best ego. Well, I mean, this guy next to me, he's on the...
What?
This guy here, he's on the panel, but you still highlighted his comment. My ego tree.
But I didn't do it. He did it. That's the difference.
I'm not.
You highlighted your own.
It's look at me. Look at me. I'm the first one here. Look at me. I'm the first one. First one.
I'm better than all. You're the first one here.
He's so needy.
I am.
He is.
Yeah.
Well, why do you think I called the problem child? He's that kid that's running on the table. You go, get down.
I'm the one that's crop dusting everybody.
Oh, I knew I smelled something.
Hey, Animas, go on, do it.
No, get it. No, put it down. Put it away. Holster it.
Honestly, it's not loaded. Go on. You can trust me like you can trust Alec Baldwin.
Oh God.
No.
But again, I want to thank you, Ron, over on the Rumble side, the troublemaker known as Baron Orman Tagge, Lowspec Linux Gaming, thank you, Lowspec, and also Ford Up. Thank you very much over on the Rumble side. Yes. And if you haven't done so already, please share out the stream. Give it a like if you want to. If you don't want to, that's fine too. And until next time, everybody, you have a good rest of your Sunday, and we will see you all later.
Adios, muchachos.
Really love us.
Don't forget 9 years. Take a bath. Brush your teeth.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
Everybody who has to smell you. That's what
Smell you later.
See you later, babies. Bye-bye.
Later, everybody.